Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the BOC zoning meeting for April 21st, 2015. As is our custom, we will have an invocation by Rabbi Ephraim Silverman, and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Officer Ott. Will you please join me and stand?
Good morning. Each of us in life play a leadership role at some time or another, either in government, in our homes for our children, and it's worth reflecting for a few moments about the responsibility that God bestows upon us with leadership. And what does it take to be a leader? And there's no better place, of course, to look than the Bible itself, and to look to the first of the leaders, Moses. And it's interesting that when God chooses Moses as a leader, the quality he looks for in Moses, is it charisma? Is it his oratory skills, his political savvy? But what we find is that there's only 3 stories about Moses in the Bible before he's chosen as the leader of the Jewish people. And all 3 of those stories share and express one quality, not charisma, not oratory skills, not courage, not strength. The one quality is his care and concern for individuals. That is the quality. In the 3 stories of saving a Jew from being beaten to death in Egypt, the story of saving the daughters of Jethro at the well, and the story of the wandering sheep, the wandering one sheep, just even an animal, and the care and concern Moses shows even for the animals, for the creatures of God. And it's a reminder that this is the most important quality in leadership. The most important quality of leadership is to care for every individual. It's not about caring for the whole group as much as it is caring for every single individual. So may God give us the strength, the wisdom, the courage, and the insight in our positions of leadership to really care for every single individual that we have contact with. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Silverman, from the Shabbat of Cobb County on Lower Rocky Road, next to Precinct 4, and Officer Ott, Cobb County Police Department. He has been with us for over 25 years, and he is in the hit and run unit. Thank you very much. I'm Joanne Burrell, and I will be presiding over the meeting today in Chairman Lee's absence. So please bear with me, and I appreciate all of you being here. And with that, I think Mr. Peterson has some rules and regulations he'd like to go over before we get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following procedure and process. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, the applicant is requested to stand and signify that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call for opposition to signify that they are here also, so that they can be counted for the zoning record. After the counting of the opposition, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the Board of Commissioners. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. Each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so convey all your information to the Board of Commissioners within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on an issue, you might want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the Board of Commissioners will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more of the speakers to come back to the podium for additional information. After that, the Board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been continued and will not be heard today. First case is zoning case Z86 of 2014, 01 LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard by the Board of Commissioners at the May zoning hearing. Zoning case Z17, E-Rock Development LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard in the May zoning hearing. Rezoning case Z29, Providence Homes, LLC. That case was held by the Planning Commission and will be heard by the Board of Commissioners in May. Rezoning case Z33, John Hillis. That case was held by the Planning Commission and will be heard by the Board of Commissioners at the May zoning hearing. Rezoning case Z34, Thomas Homes and Communities, LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard at the May zoning hearing. Rezoning case Z35, Pinnacle Homes of the South, LLC. That case was held by the Planning Commission and will be heard by the Board of Commissioners at the May zoning hearing. And the rezoning case Z36, Herlinda M. Botello. That case was continued by the Planning Commission and will be heard by the Board of Commissioners at the May zoning hearing. Madam Chair and Commissioners, there are two cases on today's agenda which need to be continued. The first one is rezoning case Z27, Linwood Development Group, LLC. That case is being continued by the staff, Madam Chair and Commissioners, due to a posting problem. So we're not going to hear that one today. That one will be heard at the May zoning hearing. And we've had a request, Madam Chair and Commissioners, from the applicant for rezoning case Z28, Jose Valencia, to continue his case so he could continue working with the community. So we would need a vote on that to continue that case, Madam Chair.
Okay, that is Commissioner Cupid's district. Would you?
Yes, thank you. Is the applicant here? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here in opposition to that case? Okay, I'd like to move for us to continue that case till the May hearing.
The May hearing.
So-
Any discussion? Call the question. And carries 4-0. Okay, so that'll be continued till the May hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we've had one request for an early head count. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z20, BK Properties LP? Please raise your hands.
Can we hear that first and get it out of here? No, they're not good.
Let the zoning record show there are 41 people here opposed to rezoning case Z20. Madam Chair and Commissioners, there is one case on today's consent agenda which has to be removed by the staff. That's rezoning case Z30, Richard A. Boone. We're going to take that off consent and put it on the regular agenda. There are some issues that the applicant needs to work out concerning some of the Planning Commission's recommendations. So we're going to take Z30 off consent agenda and just hear it in its normal order.
Okay.
And with that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for April 21st, 2015. Rezoning case Z31, West Cobb Senior Living, LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RSL for the purpose of an addition to a senior living community in land lot 332 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Kennesaw View Drive, south of Dallas Highway. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the RSL zoning category, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on February 5th, 2015, with the final plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. All previous conditions of Z60 of 2014, not otherwise in conflict, to remain in effect. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z31? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z32, Quality Construction Incorporated and AAA Quality Plumbing Incorporated. Request rezoning from GC to GC with stipulations for the purpose of a specialized contractor in land lot 337 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Kent Road, south of Blackwell Lane. The Planning Commission recommends deletion of Z32 to the NRC zoning category, subject to the following conditions. Allowance of specialized contractor under NRC. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated February 27, 2015. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated March 27, 2015, with the following changes. To item number 13, as noted, for information only. Add item number 14, would be in direct conflict or in direct contradiction to all Cobb County Code and zoning ordinances, or agreed to stipulations for this zoning. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and Planning Division comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z32? The zoning record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z38, Oriana Park, request rezoning from TS and R20 to R20 for the purpose of a single-family house in land lot 141 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Old MacDobbs Road, south of Cobb Parkway. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the R20 zoning category, subject to the following conditions. Allowance of existing garage, shed, and carport as shown on the site plan received by the Zoning Division on February 6, 2015. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 8, Patrick Cook, request a land use permit for the purpose of small arms reloading in land lot 550 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Barber Lane, east of Timber Mill Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. No on-street parking, customers by appointment only, and no signage. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 8? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. I will make the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of Z30, which is being pulled and will be for in irregular cases. Do I have a second? Multiple seconds. Any discussion? Call a question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Next on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Moving to the continued case agenda. Rezoning case Z12, Michael B. Kennedy, request rezoning from R20 to R5 for the purpose of residential development in land lots 96 and 121 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of South Hurt Road, across from Donna Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z12? Please keep your hands raised. Let the zoning record show there are 18 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Ready for me, John? Good morning, Commissioner, Madam Chairman Burrell, and Commissioner Cupid. We would like to withdraw this zoning position.
Okay.
Commissioner Cupid.
Okay. A little bit of background that there has been a lot of discussion with respect to this case. This case has been held for multiple Planning Commission and Board of Commission meetings, and I don't think that this request comes as a surprise due to the community and the applicant just not getting to a meeting of the minds with respect to this case. I think because the lot where the application is has been cleared right now, there are trees that are down, that it will be in the best interest to withdraw without prejudice so that the applicant has opportunity to come forward with a plan prior to 12 months of today's decision. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Any discussion, call question? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving into the regular cases. Rezoning case Z8, Windsong Properties, request rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purpose of a residential senior living neighborhood and land lots 200 and 201 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Stylesboro Road, west of Mike Dobbs Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z8? Please raise your hands. 4. Let the zoning record show there's 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suff of the law firm of Sams Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent Windsong in relation to this rezoning application that's before you this morning. This case has been a long time to get here, and we've done a lot of work. I'm going to start with where we started and show you where we are today. The first thing I'd like to do is show you the property we're talking about and its orientation to the area. And the first slide you have on your monitors is the subject properties in green. You can see it's a nice square-shaped piece of property. It's on Stylesboro Road, which is a very heavily traveled arterial road. There's a signalized intersection just at the southwest corner of the subject property where Paul Samuel Road intersects this property. Our subdivision will be able to access this signalized intersection, which is very important for a residential senior living community. Also, catty corner of the property, you can see a Cobb County Fire Station. To the east of our property is an existing church and church campus. And to the west, there's another signalized intersection at Old Stylesboro Road. And then down Old Stylesboro Road is a combination of an elementary school and a middle school. So there's a significant amount of other than pure residential uses on this arterial road at a signalized intersection. I think it's very important to remember that as you look at this property in conjunction with the request for an RSL community. When we originally filed the application, we asked for 52 units on 13 acres, which was a density of about 3.9 units per acre, which is an average density for an RSL community. However, we heard from a lot of people from the community, and there were a lot of signs out that were very concerned about the case. And at the initial hearing, there were 30 or so people here and opposed to the application for various reasons, and we decided to sit down and roll up our sleeves and see what we can address them. The first thing is there was a drainage problem, an existing drainage problem to the south. There's an existing detention pond that is not functioning properly that contributed to that. So the first thing we did was amended the application to include additional property. So we've added an additional acre and a half of property to our eastern property line to incorporate an existing detention pond, and we've incorporated that into our development so that we can take that detention and properly rebuild the detention pond, add our detention to it, and solve an existing or help alleviate an existing detention problem. And you'll see in my stipulation to letter dated April 1, we have that addressed in there. So we've also reduced the number of units. We initially looked at 49. Then we looked at 44, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended our revised site plan of 41 units. That is a density of 2.79 units per acre, which, as you know, is very low on the scale of RSL communities. So the 41 units, 2.8 units per acre is what the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for. And if I can go to that next slide there, this is the site plan that we have with 41 units, and there's several features to it. The first feature is the fact that it will have a clubhouse, and that's very important when you consider the number of units, and that if you cut more than 41, because I think you're going to hear that we've got a couple people in opposition, we have narrowed it down to just a couple. I think they're going to say, you know, cut a few more units here. Well, the number of units is very important because we have a clubhouse, and that clubhouse is very important for our RSL community to have a place for people to congregate, to create the community that RSL communities enjoy. We also have 3 acres of green space. As you can see, it's diagonal across our property, and that's very important for our community. And so the maintenance of that has to be shared by all the homeowners. And so if you've got 41 homes, that is something that they all have to share in the cost. Additionally, you can see the generous buffers on the northern portion of the property. We have increased the buffers to 30 feet instead of the 20 foot that's required. We have berms along Stylesboro Road, so visually you won't have a view of this. And if we go on to the next slide, you can have a little bit better view of that. You can see on this, the lower slide to the left shows the berm and the landscaping. On the right-hand side gives you a profile view. As you'd be on Stylesboro Road, you'd have this berm and you'd have this landscaping. And then you have an RSL home, which is a single-story home for seniors to live in. If you go on to the next slide, you can see that visually this is what you'd have if it was an R20. So actually, although we have more homes, our visual impact is significantly less than in the next slide too. These are homes that back up to Stylesboro Road. And as you know, a typical R20 is going to have 2 floors and typically a basement. So visually, we're going to be a lot more pleasing than a typical R20 subdivision. If you go on to the next slide, you can see exactly what Windsong builds. This is their community. This is pictures, not a rendering. This is a picture of their community on Highway 92 in Woodstock. Windsong has been in the senior business for the last 12 years, building exclusively in the senior market, and they have a tremendous product that is tremendously popular. And you can see that they pay attention to the details. All the landscaping throughout the community is maintained by the homeowners association. That's front yards, that's backyards. You have a usable front porch. You have an orientation to the street with ways to walk to, in the sidewalk is a wider sidewalk than is allowed by the code. Go on to the next slide. These are courtyard homes. They're detached homes. They're separated from each other and they're detached, and they are nestled against each other, and you have a courtyard between each home. So you have courtyard living between each home, and that's very critical for how this community works, so that if you're an adjacent property owner, you have a manicured landscape backyard that's maintained by the homeowners association that's not fenced, that won't have playground equipment for the grandchildren, that won't have a fence for a dog. It will have, their outdoor living is between each unit, and you can see people spend quite a bit of time and money to improve that area. If you can go on the next slide. Again, this is their community off of Highway 92 in Woodstock, Heron Pond, and you can see the style of the homes. These are the type of homes that would be built in West Cobb. Next slide. Next slide. Now, there were several concerns about traffic, and we've done a traffic report, and if this subject property were developed as an R20 subdivision, it would generate, based upon ITE standards and based upon our traffic report, it would generate somewhere around 27 AM peak, morning peak traffic in and out of this subdivision. And the AM peak is very important because, as I mentioned, there's a school just to the west, but most people are going east towards Marietta. So you've got people, there's 2 signalized intersections, you've got people going in both directions. And they're trying to get to the school, then they're going to the school, and then they're turning around, going back through these intersections. So that 27 that would be created by a typical R20 subdivision is important. We've pulled the ITE standards, and we also took a subdivision that Windsong developed outside the Townlet community, very similar to this in terms of demographics, in terms of size, and we actually looked at the actual traffic created, and based upon 41 units, we would be creating around 11 in and out movements during that same period of time. So you have a significant reduction in traffic if you zone this for an RSL community. We have, and I know you've received several emails in support of this application. The census data shows that the senior market is growing dramatically in West Cobb, and it doesn't take a census scientist to understand that we built Brookstone and these other big communities that drew people out in the 80s and early 90s to start their families. And now those people are aging, and they want to live in the same community they have lived in for many years. They want to be close to their kids and their grandkids. And this location is perfect for that type of demographic. It is, as I said, is sitting on an arterial road at a signalized intersection, catty corner to a fire station next to a church campus. And it will have less impact on the adjacent neighbors for traffic. It will have less impact on the neighbors. We've reduced the drainage, existing drainage problem by incorporating an existing detention pond that was failing into our project. It will have less of a visual impact on the neighbors because of the type of housing it will be. And this will provide a housing need that is, there's a huge gap in West Cobb because we've built these subdivisions and we haven't provided the next step for them. And I encourage you, the 41 units is very critical to make this project work. It creates a community for this senior development. Just to the east of the property, there about a mile east, there's a similar RSL community that's developed at 3 units per acre. We're at 2.8. I know in Commissioner Burrell's district, a couple months ago, there was one developed at 4.5 units per acre. So 2.8 units per acre is a very low density and is very much needed to be able to support this as an actual community for seniors. I appreciate your time. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you went about 37 seconds over, so we will add that to the opposition's testimony. Anybody that has been sworn in and would like to speak in opposition, please come forward.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jay Stevenson, and I'm one of the residents in the area that will be impacted by this development. And I'd like to start by saying I agree with a lot of what Mr. Huff has said as far as traffic concerns, impact on schools, and a lot of the impact kind of things that he has said. But one of the primary concerns that it must be addressed with this kind of development is because it can be so dense with impervious surface, is the runoff aspect and the water rights of adjoining property owners. And this particular piece of property is kind of unique in that it it has three separate distinct drainage basins in it. And the pictures that are being displayed right now are pictures that were taken on Sunday of the conditions on a property in one of the southeast drainage basin that exists on the property right now. In its current undeveloped state, the property and the road on Stylesboro, which has been widened to 4 lanes, is generating this kind of runoff. And it is our understanding from previous presentations to the planning board that what this developer intends to do is take there's a western drainage basin, a northeastern drainage basin, and a southeastern drainage basin that drains across Stylesboro Road. And it is our information that what they intend to do is actually take part of the drainage basin on the northeast corner and divert water out of that drainage basin and add it into the southeast drainage basin, which is already generating the kind of flash flood conditions that were shown in these slides. And it's my understanding, and I a long time ago used to practice real estate law, And it's my understanding that, generally speaking, you cannot deprive somebody in a drainage basin of runoff. They're entitled to it, and that's a big thing out west, has been for decades. That area of the law in Georgia is not well developed right now. But what has been developed in Georgia quite extensively is the law regarding developing property and putting more water onto adjacent property owners. And there is even a existing state law. It's OCGA 51-9-7 that says that the owners of land through which a non-navigable water course may flow is entitled to have the water in such streams come to his land in its natural and usual flow. And of course, we don't need to try and argue a case here or anything, but we are real concerned that they will deprive property owners on the north of water that they are entitled to have and aggravate the conditions that are described or shown in this video. So the density of this unit is important because with these houses ranging up to about 2,500 square feet, the number of houses generates a lot more immediate impact water runoff. And there's a feeling in the neighborhood that if although the developer has reduced the number that they originally asked for down to 41 at this point, if this property was to be developed at R20, the number of units would be 32. And there would probably be two-story units, which means they would have half the roof space as the same size house on a one-story basis would have. So at R20, it would be 32 houses. We feel that they could further help the runoff impact result by reducing the number of units down to 36. That would be 4 more than they would be entitled to at R20. And it's kind of a interesting fact to me that 15 years ago, I was standing in this exact same spot talking about a rezoning application on this exact same piece of property. And it was to be rezoned to something less or more dense than R30. And the commission at that time decided that the zoning density of R30 is what it should be, and the application, rezoning application was denied. Now, all the adjoining properties to this property are zoned exactly at the same zoning today that they were zoned 15 years ago. So some people in the neighborhood would say, if it shouldn't have been more dense the last time the commission looked at it, we ought to shoot for something like that density today. So we're concerned with the runoff. Even in the RS-L zoning ordinance that the county passed, they realized that the density of units with the roof has a strong impact on the runoff. And part of that code says that the density of units per acre may be reduced due to topography, drainage, deforestation, or sediment and erosion concerns. And that's what we're dealing with exactly right now. So with those things in mind, we feel like if the developer can reduce the number of units by 5 more, that would be almost a third of an acre of impervious surface. And if that was put into the drainage basin that's going to drain south across Stylesboro Road, I think this development might be a real asset to the community. But once again, we're concerned that the runoff must be addressed. People's rights not to be flooded and their rights to receive the water that they should in their drainage basin need to be respected. So having said that, I appreciate your time, and if anybody has any questions that I could answer, I'd be glad to. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition of ZA? There's about 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. Seeing and hearing none. Sorry, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of Z8? There's about 2 minutes left. Come on up. Come on up. I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. I didn't know if you heard me.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Noreen George, and I'm a homeowner that lives right down the road from this development, proposed development. And I just have to say that 15 years ago, when we came up here for the same issue, the same concerns were there. The water that you saw rushing in the video was a homeowner's yard. And that homeowner's very, very concerned. And, you know, the planning commissioners admitted that water would be diverted from one basin to another, which from what I understand, legally, you can't do that. So we are just asking to work with the developer in reducing the number of units that he's proposed to avoid any further complications in our neighborhoods. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the public hearing is closed. This is in District 1. Commissioner Weatherford, would you like to lead our
Sure.
discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This one's been going on for quite a while, and I recall when we first heard it, or when it was first coming up, we had somewhere around 50-50, quite a number of people for and quite a number of people against. The developer has been working with staff and with planning and zoning and with the neighborhoods, and has reduced the amount of units considerably for what is allowed for RSL, whether it's desired or not. They can go up to 5 units per acre, and at 2.8, I think that's a significant reduction. The addition of the drainage and the capacity there should solve some of the issues that we were discussing and saw pictures of. And this particular time, it was more of a 70% for and 30% against. So I think that indicates that working with the community, you know, the process seems to work. As we said earlier, in other applications of this type in areas of the county, that this type of facility, in my mind, is less intense than it is with a R20 or an R30 because of the requirements of age restriction and less travel and the times that these seniors go and come. So it's easy to confuse density with intensity. So I believe that they have done what the majority of the community has requested, and with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z8 with the stipulations provided by planning and zoning, and would also further request staff to get with the applicant and ensure that their stormwater and drainage plan is proper. I believe it is, but anything that can be done to mediate any of the runoff that we see would be added in as far as the process of planning and so. Thank you.
I'll second it for discussion, but I have some questions for Dave Braden.
Yes, sir. Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division.
All right, let's talk about the water issue here.
Okay.
It is my understanding too that under the law, you cannot take water and divert where it leaves the property. Is that correct?
You cannot discharge it from a point where it is not currently leaving the property.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So
without downstream permission.
Okay, so explain, if you will, to me and the rest of the board exactly, I mean, we're kind of hearing
Okay.
different things. So give us kind of an overview of what's going on.
I'll try. The state regulations and our county stormwater management regulations and what we're required to operate under as being part of the Metro District requires that you cannot develop a site and release peak discharge any more than the current way it's developed. Cobb County actually requires that you take that discharge back to the pre-development. In this case, it's not really developed at all, but in many cases, it already has structures or parking or anything like that. So, but we make them maintain that peak discharge to the pre-development state.
And by peak discharge, just so people understand what you're talking about,
That's
what we're talking about is like after a
The
rain.
flow rate, that's right,
The flow
the flow
rate.
rate.
So we're talking about the
That's
rate
right.
that
And
the
that is
water
the only
flow-
thing you control,
Right.
because that you can control, because if you put any amount of impervious on a property or redevelop it, you're gonna increase the runoff volume.
Right, the
You've got
amount of
less
water
area
is
that
gonna
can
increase.
infiltrate.
Right,
So
but the
the
flow
volume is
rate,
gonna,
that's
the volume is gonna
okay.
go up, but we cannot increase those peak discharges in any one of those three directions. And Jay was right, we've got 3 basins here. About 5 acres, or maybe a little more than 5, goes to the west. About 5 acres goes south across Stylesboro into Brad Nannon's property. And I think it's about 3 acres that goes north through that adjacent subdivision. So we are confident that now that this revised plan, not the first plan, but the revised plan, can maintain those peak discharges to less than pre-development site. They've also agreed to, because of the issues associated with the widening of Stylesboro and the increase of runoff there, that they will over-detain that southeast pond by 20%. So they're gonna reduce not just pre-development, but to 20% less than pre-development on that pond to mitigate some existing issues that are existing there to the south. And then to the property to the north, they're probably not going to put a pond in the northeast, but they're not gonna reduce the volume of discharge that runs through that subdivision to provide them. They will reduce the peak, but not the volume.
And the video that we saw, do you know where that is located, where that water runoff is going or coming from?
To the north?
No, the one that we saw the video on, which,
Oh, that I do not. Oh, I think all of them were Brad Nannon's property to the south. That's the discharge from the inlets on Stylesboro that runs through his property directly
so
to
is
the
that the
south.
one that would be impacted by the
Yes.
detention pond in the southeast?
Yes.
Okay, so just,
That would receive benefit of that pond.
so
That's correct.
basically to kind of put it in layman's terms, the southeast detention pond, normally the county would require it to be built to detain the water,
To the
to
pre-development.
meter it out so that it would not come out any greater rate than it's currently coming out today. But what you're telling us is that the applicant has agreed to over-detain, which basically.
To reduce it by 20%.
Reduce the amount by 20%.
That's correct.
Not the total volume of water, but the rate at which it's coming out.
That's correct.
So for example, if that video, for example, was an indication of the water that we're talking about, the rate that water was coming out would be reduced by 20%.
Well, 20% from this site, not from what's coming from the Stylesboro right away. So they can't control.
Right,
what's
no, but I
happening,
mean,
that's
but
right.
just
That's
because
correct.
the video is what folks saw.
That's
So
correct.
what we're talking about a 20% reduction would be
Yep.
a 20% reduction in the rate of flow that we saw in the video.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions for Mr. Brady? Thank you, David. Okay. Mr. Whitford? We have
No motion,
on the
and thank you
floor,
for those
second.
comments. Meant to clarify those as well.
Any other discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Our next case is Z20.
Yes, ma'am. Zoning case Z20, BK Properties LP. Request rezoning from O&I, NS, and R20 to OS for the purpose of office and warehouse distribution in land lots 498, 499, 510, 511 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northeasterly side of Chastain Meadows Parkway and on the westerly side of Bells Ferry Road, south of Big Shanty Road. The applicant's representative is present. Earlier, there were 41 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. And I just want to remind people in opposition that there's 10 minutes only, so make sure you leave enough time for everyone else. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Good morning, and for the record, my name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owners and applicant in this application for rezoning. This is property which is approximately 29 acres. It's located on Chastain Meadows Parkway, as well as has road frontage on Bells Ferry Road. The existing zoning classifications are O&I, office institutional, for a large portion, a substantial portion of the property, which you can see on your screen now. It's kind of the shaded gray is all of the O&I portion of the property. There's a small portion of the property that fronts along Bells Ferry that is zoned R20, and then a small corner that is zoned NS, or neighborhood shopping. The proposal is to rezone the property to the category of office services, or OS, for purposes of a office and office warehouse use and facility and development. Specifically, this will involve the relocation of a large company so they can consolidate their uses, their office, corporate office, as well as provide for their warehousing and distribution facilities in a single location here on Chastain Meadows, and thereby creating a unified campus for that company at this location on Chastain Meadows Parkway. Turning to the site plan itself, if you could flip over. Thanks. You can see how the arrangement of the property is on this approximately 29 acres, which is comprised of two buildings. One building, the smaller building labeled Building 700, which is towards the bottom of your screen, would be the office building, and the larger building that's shown on the site plan, which is labeled as Building 600, would be office, warehouse, and distribution in that building. And I want to go through that site plan and highlight some of the particular points of concern. And just to orient you, you have Chastain Meadows is this road here as it connects to Big Shanty. And then this is Bells Ferry on this side of the property. First and foremost, I think it's critical to note that all access and the development and the proposed development is oriented to Chastain Meadows only. There is no access, and we provided in our stipulation letter that there will be no access to Bells Ferry Road, and in fact have agreed to a 10-foot no access easement to be granted in favor of Cobb County, so there can never be access from this property to Bells Ferry Road if approved as part of this zoning application. Also, it's important to note that we have instituted landscape and buffers, which are shown in our stipulation letter, as well as on the site plan. We have a minimum 50-foot buffer, landscape buffer and berm along Bells Ferry Road that will be heavily landscaped and bermed so that you can obtain visual screening along Bells Ferry Road, as well as a minimum 35-foot buffer, landscape buffer along this northern property line, which is adjacent in part to existing residential neighborhoods. What that does is provide substantial screening from both Bells Ferry and the adjoining residential neighborhood, which is zoned RA4 and R20 from Bells Ferry in Big Shanty direction. Those buffers are set out in a specific landscape plan and buffer plan that's attached as part of our stipulation letter. It's further to note that this property will sit below Bells Ferry Road and thereby providing even better screening with the screening that will be along Bells Ferry. And the point of that is that along Bells Ferry certainly is a residential corridor, and by providing for sufficient and substantial buffers and berming along Bells Ferry, by providing that there will be no access to Bells Ferry Road, you're able to achieve protection of the Bells Ferry Road corridor, not impact or detriment to that corridor. As I stated before, this entire development is oriented towards Chastain Meadows, and that's important because Chastain Meadows, as noted by staff and its analysis, is a commercial office and warehouse purpose-built road. It is for non-residential uses along Chastain Meadows. There's a Walmart Supercenter, there's a Home Depot call center, and importantly, there's OS office services property existing all along Chastain Meadows
for buildings, just as what we are proposing here. And I'm just going to show you a quick picture of that as we move through here so that it's clear both to you and to those attending the type and high quality nature of the one-story buildings that we're talking about here in this application. And this also is included as part of our stipulation letter. These are of high quality office and warehouse buildings that are exactly, this is actually a picture taken from across Chastain Meadows, directly across from this property. The same development team that built those properties and developed those properties is doing this property. And you can see the quality of what we're talking about here in terms of this application and proposed development. Now going back to the site plan, if I could, I want to show you another important aspect of this application that is here solely as a result of our meetings. Even though we have those in opposition here today, we did meet and had a lot of discussion. But solely as a result of that discussion, there's an area of about 2.5 acres located here off of Bells Ferry Road and adjacent to, you see where it's labeled out parcel, and there's a parking lot. That's the Noonday Creek Multi-Use Trail parking trailhead for public parking to enjoy that trail. We've set aside 2.5 acres approximately in this location, which will be maintained, developed, landscaped as a green space park as a real starting or jumping off part to assist and provide for an outstanding trailhead feature for that Noonday Trail. Let me show you the specific plan you can pull up that we've provided, which is also attached as an exhibit to our stipulation letter. And what you can see is that we've taken great care, and the applicant's taken great care to incorporate the picnic areas, extremely nice, high-quality landscaping, walking trails and the like, and a lawn, so that you have a nice place to, once you park, to get on the Noonday Creek Trail, a nice place to enjoy as well, which only helps Bells Ferry corridor, which only helps the residential aspect of Bells Ferry, which only helps to add quality and value to the Bells Ferry Road corridor and those homes and residences and neighborhoods along there by providing, in essence, what is a public park, which will be privately maintained by the owner in perpetuity, but dedicated for those purposes in perpetuity. And I think that that cannot go overstated because that's money this applicant and this owner is willing to spend to provide, to add something to the community, which directly impacts in a very positive way that community. And with that, you know, part of this application is certainly, as it relates to rezoning to the OS category for this proposed development, is you have an applicant and owner that have agreed to provide the park, which increases, again, the Bells Ferry residents in their neighborhoods, their experience and the protection of their neighborhood. They've provided for no access to Bells Ferry Road. They've agreed to limit delivery hours, and they've also agreed and provided full wetland delineation and flood studies as directed by Cobb County Stormwater Management Division. Those studies have been completed and were completed by third-party engineers, professional engineers that conducted those studies and conducted them at length as it relates to both flood study and wetland delineation studies. The stormwater issue is something you may hear about today, and if certainly the opposition has expressed that concern during the pendency of this application. But the fact of the matter is you have a large area. I've been informed it's 16 square miles of area that drains through here. This property of 29 acres, of which only about 18 to 19 acres will be developed, is but a very, very small portion of that. This property is already zoned primarily office and institutional, O&I, and as staff noted, a very large office building exceeding 500,000 square feet with 1,800 parking spaces could be built here. Instead, what we're providing is a very upscale quality office and office warehouse development and facility for this property, one in which great care has been taken to do the studies beforehand so that we know that this works from a development standpoint, from a stormwater standpoint, so that we do not have the impact that would otherwise be here if the property was developed as it is currently zoned. And staff noted that as it recommended its approval for this application, given that what's actually being proposed is less intense in terms of its development impact than what it's currently zoned for. Likewise, the Planning Commission recognized this very important aspect in recommending approval from their standpoint. And lastly, I just think, again, it cannot be overstated that this county, our general fund, our budget operates off of the backs of our commercial property owners. In essence, our commercial, industrial, and office property owners and businesses subsidize our tax bill, my tax bill, your tax bill, those in the audience's tax bill. They pay the highest property tax rates without exemptions. They likewise pay the highest water and sewer rates, also without reduction or exemptions. As a result, commercial businesses, commercial property owners subsidize the rest of us. This road, Chastain Meadows, was built for this purpose. And as a result, we think rezoning application should respectfully be approved, but with the stipulations that we have included here. So thank you for your time today.
Anyone wishing to speak in opposition of C-20, please come forward.
Michael Stein of the Bells Ferry Civic Association. Thank you for meeting with us this morning. It is the Bells Ferry Civic Association's position that this project is wrong for the Bells Ferry corridor and all the residential communities surrounded by this site. This project is said to be right for Chastain Meadows, but as these slides show, it is mostly surrounded by non-commercial use, which will be adversely affected. This project is downstream from an inadequate flood control structure that the county itself has described as limited in the amount of stormwater that it can retain. It will result in downstream flooding as seen in these pictures. It appears no adequate contingency in the applicant's proposed site plan to retain the sufficient stormwater to protect against peak rainfall events. With the amount of impervious surface this project will bring, those peak events will result in more frequent and more severe flooding for the downstream residents. The intensity of this project is also an issue. The proposed warehouse is a massive 187 by 750 feet, possibly 52 feet tall structure, and is tucked right up against single-family homes. This is like parking a Carnival cruise ship 35 feet from a single-family home in Big Shanty Plantation. If you're wondering, the Carnival Victory is 125 by 893. The Bells Ferry Civic Association Technical Committee also questions the delineation of the wetlands on the site due to their past experience in the 90s and the examples the Technical Committee will elaborate on later. However, a point of interest is that there were wetlands notated on this property along the stream during the old Z69 proposal that have seemed to have vanished. This has been said over and over that this project is what the Chastain Meadows was designed for, yet this is not what the older Bells Ferry corridor was designed for. For decades, Bells Ferry Civic Association has worked hard alongside the county to keep the residential corridor residential. If we allow this precedent to be set, it could negatively affect the remaining properties along the corridor, as well as the remaining 10 acres that were formerly of the Z69 project. After meeting with the applicant's lawyer, Mr. Moore, we have hoped to come to a more positive compromise, yet as of date, the applicant has been inflexible in regards to many of the meaningful suggestions that were made. We are often told that we should be good neighbors, however, this is a two-way street, and all too often the local communities are ignored as we focus on how this fits into the Chastain Meadows area. The applicant has stated that there will be no deliveries of the trucks on the weekends, which means a homeowner is allowed peace and tranquility in their backyard on the weekends only, since there will be 18-wheelers 35 feet away Monday through Friday. Section 134-233 of the OS ordinance states that the Board of Commissioners specifically notes that it discourages locating OS districts and developments adjacent to single-family residential districts unless they plan mixed use. With that being said, this application does not conform with the comprehensive plan that was amended as recently as this past January. The applicant has reported that this project will transfer 265 jobs. And while we certainly commend relocating business and jobs to Cobb County, the over 800 residents who signed the petition opposing this cannot be ignored. There are properties that would better suit this intensity of this project, and less intense Class A office would better suit this property, which would not require rezoning and not building in the R20 section. As important as new business is to the county, the Bells Ferry Civic Association has to consider the interests of the residential community. We are all responsible to protect the most affected by this intense proposal. And in our opinion, the only way to do that is to deny.
I'm Dr. Hilda Hatzel, a scientist with 25 years' experience in water issues. I live on the Brookhaven subdivision and I'm a member of the Bells Ferry Civic Association Technical Committee. The committee concerns about flooding property downstream of the proposed project come from two sources: the increased volume of water discharging from the flood control structure upstream of the Chastain Meadows Road, and the increased volume of runoff from the Z20 site that will enter Noonday Creek downstream of the flood control structure. The amount of impervious surface is a major key to understanding the potential for flooding. The more impervious surface present, the more stormwater runoff will occur. As shown by the blue and gray areas in the slide, about 45% of the land surface area in the Z20 site will become impervious surface. This will greatly increase the volume of stormwater that can discharge to Noonday Creek. The county has described the flood control structure at Chastain Meadows Road as limited in the amount of water it can retain because of size restrictions imposed during construction. The size restriction is demonstrated by the results of the 3.9 inch two-day rain event from January 3rd and 4th, 2015. Tailwaters for the flood control structure are covering the lower part of the black railing. At the same time, Noonday Creek is flooding downstream at the Noonday Creek trailhead and near Heck Road. There is a 90% likelihood that the similar rain event between 3.3 and 4.5 inches will occur every year. We have already had two such events in 2015 alone. Both resulted in flooding in Noonday Creek. In periods when the flood control structure is not adequate to prevent flooding, peak storm discharge from Z20 will be added to those flood waters, resulting in even more flooding. The above picture was taken before the full development of the Town Village apartments and the development of the Z83 apartment project. Both developments will increase the amount of impervious surface and create a high potential for increased stormwater runoff to enter the flood control structure. The following hydrographs are from the USGS gauging station where Noonday Creek crosses Hawkins Store Road. The gauge is about 2.5 miles downstream from the flood control structure. When discharge is more than the flood stage value of 1,500 cubic feet per second, shown by that red line, then the stream overflows its banks and flooding occurs. Hydrographs from 2010 to April 2014 show only one discharge peak greater than 800 cubic feet per second. The period of April 2014 through April 2015, as shown on the slide, is markedly different from the earlier hydrographs. As shown on the slide, 5 discharge peaks were greater than 800 cubic feet per second, yet rainfall in 2014 was near normal. This suggests that the current development may be increasing the amount of runoff water entering Noonday Creek above the flood control structure. In addition to the flood event of January 3rd, 2015, there was a likely event on April 7th, 2014. The 3.6 inch rainfall event this past Sunday and Monday resulted in a peak discharge of 15 cubic feet per second, and flooding occurred as documented in previous pictures. In conclusion, the stormwater runoff from the Z20 project will add to the discharge from an already inadequate flood control structure. If not adequately controlled, Z20 runoff will contribute to worse flooding that will occur more frequently. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martha Williams, PhD, freshwater ecologist. I live in Sumter Mill subdivision. We are requesting that the board ask for the wetland delineation to be redone. The picture of the maintained field was taken with a wide-angle lens from the backyard residence in Big Shanty Plantation. The orange area in the upper right-hand inset represents the general region of the photo. The circled plants in the photo are obligate wetland plants. There are many more that I did not circle in that picture. The insert at the bottom left was shot by a professional photographer using a high-power telephoto lens. It shows several of the rushes from the middle of the picture. Since the wetland delineation was done in November, we request that it be redone by the Army Corps of Engineers during the growing season. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Williams from 3117 Big Shanty Trail.
Rolanda Williams, Big Shanty Plantation.
Okay, and what we're talking about is the point of impact. Ground zero is for this plan, and that's the area located south of Big Shanty Road and west of Bells Ferry. It's Big Shanty Plantation. Okay, and here's my house, 3117 Big Shanty Trail. I have to go fast, so stick with me. Now, here we're gonna zoom in and drill down to it. Here's the front of my house, and here's the view across the street to the area we're talking about. And here we have, in reference, we have a doghouse and a fence. That is 35 feet from the impervious surfaces that would be built in our subdivision. As you can see on the right, they have a doghouse. And there is the fence, the neighbor's fence, and that's 35 feet from it. So that's what the impervious surface would be. As you can see, there's standing water around the area out in the field, like here. And you've seen this shot before. Well, anyway.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am. Any other speakers? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This is in District 3, so I will lead the discussion. We have had several meetings from on both sides with the developer and also with the Bells Ferry Civic Association. And I'd first like to thank the Bells Ferry Civic Association for reinstating themselves and being active in this project and others in the area, and meeting with the citizens of District 3 and the Bells Ferry corridor area, not just on this project, but anything that affects that area. And I appreciate them stepping up and forming a group with the help of Ms. Brown, and I look forward to working with you on this and many other in the future, cases in the future. Before I begin, I would like to first submit for the record some the flood study by Campbell Civil Consulting and Kimley Horn dated 3/12/15. The Threatened and Endangered Species Report from Core Blue dated 12/8/14. And the Jurisdictional Waters Delineation Package and the RHF Green Space Landscape Site Plan to the clerk for the record. And it's all in this folder. I believe Mr. Stein submitted this previously for the record, a petition. Okay. And because there's been quite a lot of talk about runoff today, in our previous case as well, I would like to call Dave Braden up and we may need to call him Bill Higgins as well from our Stormwater Management Division. I'd like you to talk about the Chastain Meadows flood control structure and when that was installed, and the capacity and what it's doing, what it's designed to do, and the volume and storage associated with that, please.
Thank you. Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. I didn't want to be the only one having fun today, so. First, I'll let Bill address the Chastain facility, because he was the person instrumental in getting that, the 10-year process to get that thing permitted and built. But I did want to clarify, I've been misquoted as saying that that Chastain Meadows facility was undersized or not meeting the design requirements that it is. That is not the case at all. It was built as large as we could make it with the permit requirements that were established by the Corps and Fish and Wildlife. Plus, we can't back up any water off a property that we do not control. So we have to own it to be able to flood it upstream. And it does control what it's meant to design, what it was designed to control. What the Corps would not let us do is put a dam in that had an outlet control structure that would be able to hold water to a permanent pool. They made us put a culvert in so we could not control the lower flows. They wanted to have a permanent flow through the structure. So not that it was not meeting its requirement. It was built as large as we could make it based on the constraints of the property that we owned and the requirements of the Corps. So I'll let Bill speak to the development of that. All right.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, my name is Bill Higgins. I'm Division Manager of the Stormwater Management Division. We completed the Chastain Meadows facility in July of 2011, and there was a very extensive permitting process involved with getting that online. As Dave mentioned, regulatory agencies would not allow us to put a permanent pool in that facility, which would have done perhaps a better job at knocking down the peaks of the more frequent floods. They insisted that this dam to be designed or the detention facility be designed to basically not hold a permanent pool and drain dry after it floods. That all being said, the peaks were reduced by approximately 25% for the floods between the 10-year and the 50-year storms, and also the peaks are generally reduced most efficiently close to the structure in the Bells Ferry area. As you move further and further downstream and more areas picked up, the effects of this facility are damped out more and more as you get further and further downstream. So by the time we get close to the county line, which Heck Road area is much closer to the county line than Bells Ferry, the effects of this facility are felt less and less. I will say one of the things that finally convinced our most staunch opponents in getting this facility permitted was the frequency of bank full stage. I think it was noted in here bank full stage was approximately 1,500 CFS, and they had seen that a couple of times within the last year. Well, at the time we were getting this permitted, in 2002, we were experiencing the drought of record. And we were seeing, even during that period of time, at the gauge on Shallowford Road, which is close to Heck Road, which is again close to the county line, bank full stages varying anywhere from 3 to 5 times a year. So I think this facility is doing a good job in throttling even some of the more frequent floods back. But as I say, the more pronounced effects are felt closer to the facility as you move further and further downstream, less and less effect. But one of the key things that the facility was designed to do is, in this part of Noonday Creek, we have many different streams that enter. You see Big Shanty tributary that flows through this subject development. Just upstream of that, you have Noonday Tributary 4, which is Laurel Creek. A little bit further downstream of this, you have Noonday Tributary 3 and Little Noonday Creek. They all enter Noonday Creek, the main stem, within a very short reach length. So one of the key purposes of the facility was to retard the peaks back and allow these streams to flow into Noonday Creek and pass on downstream before the peaks came down through the facility. And I think it is being successful in doing that. That all being said, of course, time will tell. We have gauges at both Noonday, at Shallowford Road and at Hawkins Store Road, and we'll continue to monitor this. But I hope that gives sort of an overview.
Thank you. Sure.
Bill.
Yes.
I noticed on the opposition one of their slides they had the Zone A listed, which I'm assuming goes along with one of the comments in stormwater comments, it says, based on the proposed site plan, a letter of map revision will be required from FEMA to account for the floodplain and floodway modifications. Now, my understanding about letters of map revision, those are not a given. That you have to apply to FEMA to get it.
That's
and they
correct.
have to decide whether or not they want to go along.
Right. FEMA has to agree with the letter of map revision and all the modeling that's done to reflect the revision. That's
Okay,
correct.
so the Zone A, which I see the hand going up and down on the diagram here on the screen. Can we talk a little bit about what the Zone A, what that means? And why do they need a letter of map revision?
Well, Zone A's are typically approximate study areas. I think this area was performed with detailed methods, limited detail methods, but the idea of the letter of map revision would reflect any change in the floodplain that was done by the development. For example, if they propose to put in a bridge, which they're going to have to do in order to access the site from Chastain Meadows, they're going to have to go over Big Shanty Road. So they're going to have to model the effects of that bridge in a letter of map revision to FEMA to show that they're not increasing the flood stages off the property. And they're also going to have to consider any changes that they might do on the floodway of the receiving stream at Noonday Creek as a result of their cutting and filling operations.
What is the flood frequency in a Zone A?
That's 100-year. They're all
That's
based on
100 year.
100-year.
And what amount of, I guess what I'm asking is, you know, we saw the flooding in the slides. When does that occur? Does that occur when it goes above 800 CFS, or does it occur when it goes
No, I
above
think
1500?
800 CFS is, I'm sorry, bank full stage, I should have explained that, is roughly equal to the 2-year frequency, a little bit less, but it's generally defined as the 2-year storm frequency. Less frequent storms, in other words, 5-year, 10-year, 25-year, of course, can be expected certainly to go above the banks, well above the banks.
So the bank full stage, I think I heard you say was 1500 CFS?
I think that's what they showed on their exhibit. I think we were coming up with a little bit less than that. I think we're coming up to about 1,100, but it's in the right ballpark.
Okay, and you said that that's about 3 or 4 times a year right now?
I think based on the pre-project, it was happening 3 to 5 times a year, even during the drought of record.
Oh, so that's not currently, that was during the drought?
That was during the application process. That was one of the reasons that the regulatory agencies finally went along with us putting a facility here was when we demonstrated to them that the bank full stage, even during the drought of record, was happening 3 to 5 times a year. It's generally only supposed to happen every other year. So 3 times a year would be 6 times more frequently than it should happen. And that was the condition that was in effect before the facility was put in place.
Okay, now I know that at least in District 2, as a result of the floods in 2009, FEMA came in and redid a lot of the flood maps, the floodplain and floodway.
Yes.
When was the last time this one was done, or was it done at the same time?
This one was redone for the map revision in 2013.
Okay, so that it's pretty current.
Pretty current,
Okay,
yes.
thanks.
And the FEMA letter and all that for the bridge would be done during plan review, site
That would be
plan
part of
review?
plan review, that's correct.
Okay, and that would be required from us, that they have to get that from FEMA and from the state?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And they've already done a preliminary no-rise analysis for that bridge we wanted to make sure that they could get a bridge across there and not impact flood elevations for those homes that are in Big Shanty just upstream of the site. So that is very important. That's right.
Okay. I'm not finished with you, Dave
Okay.
Braden. Bill Higgins, I appreciate your comments.
I had a question.
Oh, you had a question for Bill?
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Weatherford?
Mr. Higgins.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that during the permitting phase, I believe, forgive me, I wasn't here then, but in '02, and you built it in '11, you're telling me it took 9 years to get this done because of Corps of Engineers, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, sir. We did not get a permit from the Corps actually until 2006, February 2006. But then our preliminary discussions in 2002, it took a long time for the regulatory agencies to finally shift gears and agree to allow us to put this in. We got the permit in 2006 from the Corps. We had to then file a stream buffer variance permit with the state, which we got the following year, and then we had to do the final design, all of which didn't get finished until 2008. We let the contract documents out in 2009, just before the big flood, and there was about a 2.5-year period of construction.
Well, thanks for clarifying that. You know, I'm familiar with Corps engineers and their processes from Ackworth. I'm assuming that we've done all we can do, because it would take forever, if ever, to get any more additional facility there to mitigate any future development.
We've done all we can do at this stage of the game, yes, Commissioner. If the regulatory pendulum swings the other way as far as allowing permanent pools on perennial streams, we certainly follow through on that, because I firmly believe that would go a long way to even further reducing the peaks on the more frequent storms. But we've done all that the regulatory agencies will allow us to do up to now.
And to be fair, that's not just here, it's in other parts of the county as well, correct?
Yep. Yeah, other parts of the state, yes, sir.
Thank you for information.
One thing I might add, Commissioner, since we're limited to what we can do now with the regulatory atmosphere in stream for putting in new structures, we were talking about it earlier. We have a storage purchase program that for existing lake owners that have lakes we purchase volume in that storage to actually lower those normal pools and use that volume for flood control. And Morgan Lake is one in this basin. I can't remember if there's any more, but at least Morgan Lake is one in this basin that we have done previously. So that's one thing that we do to
Do we actively go out and seek that, or do we just wait to?
Normally, they come to us because they have maintenance issues on the dam that they can't afford to pay for on their own, and take that opportunity to use that money to improve, which is good on two counts. It improves the safety of the dam, as well as provides additional storage.
Thank you.
And also we've purchased hundreds and hundreds of acres of floodplain on Noonday to remove it, as well as other basins in the county, but to remove it from development. So those are at least three things that we've done. So thank you. All right. Thank you. Another question?
Yes, for you. I want you to discuss the impervious surface, the requirements, and what they're at or under, both for usable and unusable space.
Okay. This is a zoning hearing, so you're looking at use for this property and the categories that it fits in. From a stormwater perspective, it doesn't matter for us whether it's residential or commercial or what's placed there. If it's got an impervious surface, it creates runoff. So we look at trying to mitigate those impacts and trying to minimize those impacts downstream. This site is existing O&I for the majority of it. And then there's the R20 parcel that's close to Bells Ferry, and they're seeking OS. Well, the impervious limit on both O&I and OS is the same, and I think it's 80% in Iraq, John, is that right? And then 70 in the CAC and ENAC. I don't believe it's in any of those three categories, but we still limit them to 70%, which is the lowest one of those categories for development. So from a stormwater perspective, it doesn't matter to us whether it's O&I or OS, we're going to limit it to 70%. And I believe they are overall at, for the whole tract, 39.9% impervious, which is well under it. And that's because there's a lot of problems with the site as far as topo and floodplain.
Right, and the water quality.
Yeah, in my mind also is the R20 portion. So they're trying to push this commercial into the R20 section. That's a decision for the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission to make. But from a stormwater perspective, R20, the maximum we would allow them to cover that site would be 35%. That's what our code allows for R20, R15, and R30 development. And I did a calculation for what they're showing on their site plan, and they are at 20%. So they're less than what would be built there for residential development. So from a stormwater perspective, this site's going to be developed at some point in time something similar to this. Now, whether it's 4 stories and a lot of parking, or 1 story and less parking with truck park, that's your decision. That's not our decision. But stormwater-wise, we think they've met the requirement, or they are meeting the requirements for stormwater management for the site, and we'll verify that at plan review. So.
Okay.
Oh, I did want to mention about we didn't talk about the wetlands. It was mentioned before that they would like to have another wetland study done. What we plan on doing is, I have a lot of respect for Core Blue, have known John Vermont and Rick Whiteside for many, many years, and dealt with them. We even have used them for studies for stormwater management. But we will require that the Corps of Engineers come in and do a jurisdictional determination to verify that the wetlands that they delineated are the correct wetlands. And just because there's wet areas, just because there's wetland vegetation seen on the site, it takes, I'm not a wetland specialist, but it takes hydric soils, wetland vegetation, and the conditions to be determined as a wetland. So the Corps will verify that delineation.
Right, and
To our
because
satisfaction.
right, and because we can't control the Army Corps of Engineers and the state, I was gonna direct staff, the two of you, to request a site visit with to verify the delineation report prior to plan review, site plan review, if possible. But I know we can't command them, we can't.
We can request.
Well, you're right, we can
That's correct.
request, we
That's
can't
right.
command them to come out and do that. But I would like to have that done prior to site plan review.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make that a clerk's note after my motion. And just some other history of the site. I know most of you were here in 2013 when this was proposed zoning for student housing, which was withdrawn. And a lot of the standards and development requirements that are in place now, unfortunately, weren't in place when some of the neighborhoods surrounding were built, but now they are in place, and this is one of the last parcels to be developed on Chastain Meadows. And I believe Mr. Braden stated at Planning Commission that this particular development would not create additional runoff over and above, or increase the runoff over and above what's there now. On the buffer requirements under OS, the applicant is required to have a 30-foot landscape buffer. Under O&I, they're required to have a 20-foot buffer and could have a 4-story building on the site. The applicant is amenable to placing a 35-foot buffer on the Bells Ferry, the plantation side, the northern border, and of course the 50-foot buffer on the Bells Ferry side. And I'm going to recommend that we delete those 2 buffers, landscape buffers, to R20. So is there any other discussion or questions?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Burrell. I know we've discussed stormwater quite extensively. I still have some outstanding concerns, even with the presentation, particularly because we had a resident who provided a presentation just north of this site that showed active standing water on their site, with the site currently being undeveloped. Even though this site is going to be 39% impervious, I can't believe that by adding the amount of asphalt that would be needed to service the warehouse very close to that property and that subdivision is not going to add stormwater flow to that subdivision. It might, as the site as a whole, might be able to retain some of that water, but I have not seen anything. Maybe the applicant can share with me if they've taken any steps to address water that could accumulate on the north side of that property. And I don't recall seeing anything. So if the applicant could speak to that, that would be helpful.
Commissioner Cupid, I just want to make sure I understand your question so I can answer it without going off on some other direction. But if you don't mind,
Sure. Do you have a copy of the site plan?
I do.
Okay,
yes.
can we see that, please?
Sure. Yes, and he's placed that so it can be on the other overhead screen as well.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, you had asked about pictures of standing water by the neighbor. That was the gentleman that spoke that lives in Big Shanty Plantation. Is that
Yes.
okay, sure. Let me show you.
Can you
that.
show me where that subdivision is relative to the site plan?
I sure can, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Big Shanty Plantation is located along this property line right here. So where he was pointing to is in this area here as being Big Shanty Plantation. I will tell you this development, though, drains away from Big Shanty Plantation, not to it.
Okay. So the elevation, I guess it slopes down going south. So there's anticipated to not be runoff from this site that's flowing north.
That's correct.
Okay.
There will be no runoff from this site going to Big Shanty Plantation. It's going towards the tributary and creeks that are Noonday. So it's all downhill from his house.
So water, okay, so maybe I don't see a topography here, a topography map, and I would need somebody from Stormwater to interpret it for me anyway.
Right.
But from the pictures that were shown, it shows accumulation in that resident's backyard. I don't know, the resident didn't share whether or not they have similar accumulation in their front yard, but from what you're sharing, the presumption would have to be that water was flowing from the north direction into that person's yard. And I didn't, from looking at the pictures, it looked as if the predominant accumulation was from the rear of his property, not from the front.
Right. That's at least the pictures that he showed from his backyard in Big Shanty Plantation would have been along somewhere in this area here that I'm pointing to, which is water that's draining into our property, into the subject property where we will be handling. But all of our water drains away from Big Shanty Plantation.
Okay, this, I'm seeing a note here that says water quality floodplain compensation.
Yes.
Is that a detention pond? It sounds so, what is that?
We are required to provide extensive water quality ponds. That's part of stormwater management's rules and regulations.
Okay.
So there's water quality ponds and floodplain compensation ponds that are throughout, as noted on the site plan here.
Which is to receive water from.
To receive water and provide for water quality. It provides
so
for
as it
filtering
flows
of
out.
water.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
And Mr. Moore, if you will stay up, I have a few questions to clarify with you as well. You have agreed, and I believe it is number 18 in your STIP letter dated April 2nd, that there will be no semi-trailer truck deliveries. The hours of operation for truck deliveries will be Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That is correct. We're
Monday through
limited.
Friday only.
Monday
No
through
week,
Friday.
no Saturday or Sunday deliveries.
That's correct.
Okay. And the 700 building is office use only. It's only for office.
That's correct. I just want to make sure.
And the
That was
600 building is where the warehouse, the trucks will be coming in and out.
Only, that's correct.
Yes, and the front building, 700, is only for office space. And
correct.
They may be inside on weekends in a cubicle or in an office doing paperwork or computer work or what have you, but there will not be truck deliveries to the warehouse or the office building, except for Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. restricted hours.
That's right. We've agreed to restricted delivery hours, as you
Yeah,
stated.
I wanted to clarify that because there has been some question about the deliveries and weekends as well. But I wanted to clarify the Monday through Friday only.
Yes, that's something that we agreed to do
Okay.
as part of this application.
And then the 2.5 acre park,
Yes,
this is part of your stip letter as well,
That's
I believe,
correct.
from the most recent stip letter.
that's correct. The letter includes the 2.5 acre park. It's Exhibit
And-
D to the letter, which will be dedicated for public access and use and enjoyment, but maintained entirely, responsibility of, an obligation to maintain that park, to install it, construct it, and maintain it will be that of the applicant owner, yes.
Right. And the only access will be from Chastain Meadows for this as well. But it is public.
That's right. There will be no, there's not a, we've restricted that there'll be no access to Bells Ferry, and likewise no vehicular access to the trailhead parking lot that's Kyle County property there. Just below, you can see where it says parking lot on that exhibit. No vehicular access, but it'll just be provided by pedestrian access and mulched paths and walking trails and that type of thing. Sidewalks that can connect to the public area that we're providing.
Okay. Yeah, and it does connect to the parking that's already there.
That's correct.
So
That's the whole
I
idea.
think that's a nice addition to the property for the public to use as well as, the employees and surrounding offices. Thank you.
Some additional questions?
Yeah, I just have one more for Kevin. And also, we discussed the 35-foot buffer on the Big Shanty Plantation northern border and the 50-foot landscape buffer on the Bells Ferry side. And you are agreeable to making both of those R20.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid?
Yes, thank you. How many truck deliveries are expected on the site?
Generally, we're looking at around 6 per day.
Okay.
But
And,
that's an average. It would be, you could have none on one day and have 10 maybe one day, but that's an average anticipated delivery.
yes, okay, and are the docks located on the front or rear of this building 600?
They're located along, if I can turn to the site plan, I'll just show you where they're located and why. As to your question, Commissioner Cupid, they're located along the rear portion of Building 600. Regardless of how you place this building, the access to this portion of the property is if you're doing it from Chastain Meadows, that access has to be in this location. As you've heard, we have to make sure we're avoiding the wetlands that we have delineated through that study, which are located here. We have to only cross in a certain specified area. By the time once you cross here and provide access only to Chastain Meadows, the only place to be able to have the trucks be able to pull in and make that turning movement is along this rear. Of course, if we could access from Bells Ferry, we could change that around, but we're providing no access for Bells Ferry for a very specific good reason, and that is to protect that residential nature of that corridor.
Okay. Trying to get a sense of activity along, I believe this is Chastain Meadows Parkway. Is it possible to get a zoom out of the land uses along Chastain Meadows?
Sure.
From staff?
Can y'all put that up? The overhead. I think she's talking about the aerial for Chastain Meadows.
Okay, and what goes north of that O&I?
Along Chastain Meadows, you'll see the yellow highlighted portion, which is this property. As you proceed north on Chastain Meadows, you'll see the size and shape and number of buildings that are Office Services, OS, along Chastain Meadows. You'll see a building on the north or the eastern side of Chastain Meadows. As it approaches Big Shanty, it's right there in the middle of your screen at this point. That is the Home Depot call center, also zoned O&S at the intersection of Big Shanty and Chastain Meadows. So this is the type of activity that is throughout Chastain Meadows.
Can we pull that map up, please, just a little bit? Okay, can we pull it up again?
Slide it up.
Just slide it up.
Yes.
The zoom that we had there, the larger
The other
zoom was
The other way.
preferable. Sorry, yes.
There you go. Yes. And then as you proceed south on Chastain Meadows, you'll see that it's zoned CRC, UVC, and OS. That where it's labeled CRC, that is the Walmart Supercenter, right where the little hand is located now.
Okay. I'd like to zoom in closer to the parcel at issue. And again, slide it down so we can see the activity that's a little bit north of Chastain Meadows. No, I'm sorry, the other way, the other down. Okay, there we go. Okay. The reason I wanted to take a look at that is because I represent a district that has a lot of conflicting uses between industrial and residential property. And particularly where industrial property abuts residential, there are lingering issues because of the two contrasting intensities. I'm concerned about the level of intensity that is being requested on this particular application and its proximity to residential. If you look at the OS character of Chastain Meadows, you see that it congregates, that the bulk of activity congregates very close to Chastain Meadows Parkway. And when you look at the residential property, you see a significant buffer. And I don't know what the current zoning is, if that property can be developed, but from looking at the map as is, the RA4 development is significantly protected by the current activity that's reflected off of Chastain Meadows Parkway. With this particular development, we are putting, or the applicant is requesting, the most intense use on this parcel to be closest to residential, which seems very odd to me. 35 feet, we can measure that out in this room, is not far for you to have the level of intensity, of contrasting intensity of trucks coming very close to someone's backyard does not seem to provide the level of anticipated protection that any property owner in this site would have. This site behind RA4 is zoned O&I. And if you can bear with me, I'm looking at my O&I code. The O&I, or the Office and Institutional District, is designed primarily to provide for 4-story and smaller office developments, office uses, motels, hotels, banking, and professional offices that complement and provide step-down nodal zoning away from more intensive commercial uses and otherwise to implement the stated purpose of the chapter. There is no step down here for this community. This is an immediate, warehouse is, we consider HI and LI to be the most intense types of land uses within our code. But here we have a warehouse, which is a use that can be facilitated through LI and HI. And so it's not necessarily the zoning code, but it's the use. It's the way that this property is going to be utilized, very close to residential. I know I deal with the headache of this every day, of residents complaining about the intensity of this type of use, particularly when it's close to residential. And the stormwater concerns, they do concern me, particularly building this type of intensity and laying this kind of asphalt on a 100-year floodplain, but also putting this type of use, which could be facilitated easily under LI or HI, right next to residential, I don't think protects the residents who would not have anticipated this type of intensity coming so close to their home. And I don't know the thought process that went into putting the least intense use closest to Chastain Meadows and putting the more intense use close to residential. I don't know that, but it seems as if there should have been a flip to protect these residents. And I shared in other zonings, I do have deference for commissioners, but I also have to lean on my experiences of representing areas that have these conflicts on a frequent basis, and it makes it, and from those experiences, it's very challenging to support that type of intensity right in their backyard.
Thank you. We did look at that. I know we talked about that on several occasions. And in order to not have access, because of the way this property is shaped and the unusable wetlands and areas, the way it's shaped, the topography, without having access from Bells Ferry, which we didn't want to do because of the residential that abuts Bells Ferry, that there was no way to access the warehouse portion, and where the office building, number 600, I think it is, 700, that there's no way to put the warehouse space on that particular parcel. So the applicant has agreed to, the berm and the buffer, landscape buffer, under O&I. They are required to have, I think I've mentioned this, but I'll reiterate it again. And under O&I, which it is currently zoned, they're required to have a minimum 20-foot buffer on bordering residential. And on OS, they're required to have a 30-foot. So they've got a 35-foot buffer, which exceeds the OS and the OI requirement on the northern border. And on the Bells Ferry side, they're putting in a 50-foot landscape buffer with a berm and trees on both buffers. And I'm like I mentioned before, I'm going to request that those, or recommend in my motion that those be deleted to R20, so that it will remain residential that borders the two properties.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman. May I respond, Chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I know.
Do we not have a motion yet? Yes.
No.
I think that's a good point. We do need to do that.
Yeah, well, I think there were questions. Are there any other questions for Mr. Moore? Okay, I think I'm ready to make a motion. Okay. I would like to make a motion that we delete Z20 zoning to OS, subject to following stipulations and conditions. Establish a 50-foot buffer on the Bells Ferry side of the property and delete the 50-foot landscape buffer to R20. Establish a 35-foot buffer and berm along with a 6-foot black vinyl coated chain link fence on the northern property line and delete that 35-foot buffer to R20. Cobb County Water Department, I'm sorry, that's going to be after the motion. Truck deliveries allowed Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. to building 600 only. All work is to be done inside. The stip letters for Mr. Moore dated December 4th, March 20th, April 2nd, and site plan specific for the site plan dated April 17th. Site plan specific with building 700 for office use only, and maintenance of the donated green space of 2.5 acres for the park. And all staff, planning commission comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I share Commissioner Cupid's concerns about the step down, and I too have some areas that I'm dealing with similar concerns. But however, my bigger concern, having been here on the board and for the flood of 2009, some of the things that the county saw, and I know Bill Higgins will agree with me, is that although we can talk about impervious, and we can talk about detention ponds and what they do for the property, what became more significant and very obvious in the flood in 2009 was what happens downstream, the aggregate amount of water as it accumulates. And my concern here is that we already have issues with downstream flooding. Even with a flood control project, which admittedly is not everything we would like it to be, we're not allowed to have a continuous pool, which would have helped, of course would help with the downstream flooding. To me, the whole water issue is very significant. And I don't see how, even though it's only, I think you said 39% impervious, that's just affecting the immediate area. Mm-hmm. We have significant flood problems downstream, and so I can't support this project because of the water issues. And I think, in just kind of reference, Commissioner Cupid was asking earlier about the gentleman who spoke, the gentleman and his wife. One of the things that we saw with the flood in 2009 was that a lot of our creeks and streams and things that carry the water are not as deep as they need to be sometimes, and some ways we can't change those because of FEMA or EPD and things like that. And what happens is as the water rises, it just spreads. And so that's why the downstream flooding became so significant. For example, we had serious flooding on Collins Drive because as the Chattahoochee River rises, the water coming down Soap Creek can't get into the river. It starts to back up and it just goes out the banks. And also we had the similar situation on Farmington Drive. And that's really the difference between the floodplain and the floodway. Floodway is where that water goes. And that was the reason I asked the question about the Zone A, because it appeared that the Zone A spread out into the gentleman's yard. And I know that it's only supposed to be a 100-year, but one of the things we found out in the flood of 2009 is that all it took was a tropical depression in 24 hours dropping 22 inches of rain, and major portions of the county were underwater, significant amount of water. So I have major concerns about the water.
Okay, well, I guess we call for a vote, but it looks like we're gonna need to come back next month. So do I? Okay, before I call the question, I do want to add the clerk's note that I'm directing staff, Cobb County Water staff, to contact the Army Corps of Engineers and request a site visit to validate the delineation report prior to site plan review. Is there any more discussion before I call the vote? Seeing and hearing none, call the question. Tied 2-2, so this will be.
It will be rescheduled. That motion remains pending, and it will be rescheduled for the next meeting.
When the chairman is back. Thank you.
And that hearing is going to be on May 19th.
Right, it won't, right, just our hearing.
That's right.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I would also like to ask the Bells Ferry Civic Association, Mr. Moore, for us to have another meeting in between then to kind of see if we can work some of these things out and see what the decision is. Thank you. Yeah, and we will take a 5-minute break. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are now back to our zoning hearing for April 21st. Mr. Peterson, our next case, I believe, is Z26.
Yes, Madam Chair. Rezoning case Z26, James Beveridge. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of single-family residential and land lots 827 and 830 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Johnson Ferry Road, south of Bishop Lake Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z26? Let the zoning record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
No, he's not opposed. He's the applicant. Let's be clear. Call for votes of support. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. My name is Ellen Smith. I'm with Holt Nay, Zach Coffin Wasserman. I have the pleasure this morning of representing Jim Beveridge with respect to this application. And Mr. Beveridge was the 3rd person who got sworn in his support of this application, not opposed, just for the record and clarity's sake. This application has been amended since it was filed. The original request was to rezone the property from R20 to RA5. The amended request before you is to rezone the property to R12. By way of background, the property is owned by the Board of Trustees of Mount Zion United Methodist Church and Johnson Ferry Land Holdings, LLC. It's an approximately 3.96 acre tract fronting on Johnson Ferry Road. It's largely unimproved and surrounded by property zoned R20 on all sides, although there is R30 just to the southwest. The property is just south of the church, which of course, while it's zoned R20, is institutionally used. Initially, our plan and request was for a 10-lot subdivision. After discussions with staff, ECCA, and others, we filed a new site plan, which is behind me and should be in your package. That site plan reduces the overall density of the project to 2.27 lots per acre, reduces the number of lots on the proposed subdivision to 9, aligns the number of lots along the southern property line to match up to the same R20 subdivision to the rear or south. The revised plan also includes a decel lane for northbound traffic entering the proposed subdivision and street parking for fire marshal requirements. The density proposed by the applicant will serve as a transition and a buffer from the institutional use of the church. And there's a Georgia Power easement that's significant just to the south and between the church and this property, and the existing single-family subdivision to the south. It's an appropriate transition of uses, and the density is in keeping with the comprehensive plan, which is low-density residential, 1.1 to 2.5 units to the acre. We're at, again, 2.27 units to the acre. Every lot in the proposed development meets the 12,000 square foot minimum lot size, and this is the appropriate zoning category for this project. No single lot requires any variance. When we filed the revised plan, I want to clarify, we thought that the lot width for lots 5 through 9 was 75 feet. Staff has clarified for us that the fronts of those lots are considered interior, and the lot width required is only 50 feet, so we meet all of the requirements for R12. The proposed homes on the property will be 2-story with at least 3-sided architecture that's a mix of brick, stucco, and cedar shake. All homes have a garage for at least 2 cars, and garages will not be used as living space. We've included that as one of our zoning conditions. Lots 8 and 9 will have a shared driveway. The size of the proposed homes will range from 2,800 to 4,500 square feet. And to give you an idea of the style of architecture that Mr. Beveridge is proposing, you can see the rendering that's up on the screen. This reflects the carriage style nature of the homes proposed. with garages in the rear. Some of the homes will have basements. And the rendering also, there's another rendering just below that shows a prototype of the fence and surrounding entranceway that we propose and anticipate be installed. The request is consistent with staff's recommendation, although initially staff recommended deleting the rezoning request to R15. That was before the board voted to reinstate the R12 district, which happened while this application was pending. Also, we're pleased to report that we filed with the county a petition that included 55 signatures in support of this application, and I believe there are several folks in the audience here today. Although you asked for folks in opposition, you didn't ask for folks in support, and if they would raise their hand, I would greatly appreciate it. I think there are 5 or 6 folks, in addition to the applicant, supporting this request. We have submitted proposed written stipulations or conditions of zoning to be responsive to neighbors and ECCA and as requested by staff. Those proposed conditions address concerns like landscaping, fencing and buffering, especially the stormwater detention facility, materials for the homes, underground utilities, widening of sidewalk requirements to allow for increased standing room for students catching school buses, and construction staging requirements. At the April Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the application with several tweaks to the conditions. We filed a revised stipulation letter on April the 15th. That stipulation includes all of those conditions. We also have been authorized to state that our neighbors to the east, Jeff Williams with Bishop's Hollow subdivision and the president of that HOA, support this application, provided that it is approved with the conditions set forth in our April 15th stip letter. We respectfully request your approval of this application. Mr. Beveridge is here with me this morning. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm co-case manager on Z26 for East Cobb Civic Association. While we are not opposing the R12 9-lot rezoning request, we do have several recommendations with regard to the stipulations stated in the April 15th letter. Our first recommendation is with regard to stipulation 3, and I'll read from the stipulation. If the stormwater management feature is permitted to be earthen, then applicant shall leave a natural undisturbed buffer. We are requesting that this be augmented to with dead or dying plantings to be removed and augmented with evergreen shrubs for screening of the detention pond on all 4 sides, and crossing out in lieu of any planted landscaping requirement. If you're digging a detention pond and then subsequently putting in a fence, you're going to be taking out trees, etc., and any holes we would like to see filled at that time. With regard to stipulation 5, change the following sentence to read, front and then include side and backyards in each lot will be sodded. Right now it just reads the front lawn will be sodded. With regard to stipulation 6, please include fencing of the detention pond to be maintained by the homeowners association. Finally, we recommend adding a stipulation 16. If building permits have not been pulled on at least one home within 24 months, property will revert back to the original R20 zoning. Finally, the renderings of the home that are presented at this meeting be included in the application, though looking at their front entrance rendering, I'm not sure that is applicable because it seems to show a gated community with a guardhouse sitting in the center. Thank you very much.
Any other speakers wishing to speak for or against ratification of Z26?
Sorry. Any other speakers wishing to speak in for or against Z26? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Ott.
Thank you. Ellen, why don't you come up, because I gotta have a question here for you. First off, I want to start by thanking both the applicant and the ECCA and the opposition in working on this project over the last couple months. We had long discussions on both sides as to how I come up to looking at properties that are infill developments. This is a classic example of an infill. And so just kind of go through it a little bit. First thing I look at is the exterior properties. And as Ms. Smith mentioned, this particular new site plan, which, David, if you want to put that up, has 3 lots, and that's probably the most significant change from the earlier site plan of 10 lots. And the rationale for that is if you look just below on the GIS map, there are 3 lots adjoining this. When I look at infill, the first people that I try to take care of are those that live already in the area on the outside edges of a piece of property. And then as we go onto the east side, where we have the detention pond and there's 1 lot, which goes up against 1 lot. And then finally, on the northern part of the property where the most number of lots are, is the power line easement. So there is really not as much an issue on the outside there. Then moving interior to the property, and I'm happy to hear that there are no variances. That was one thing that in our discussions we talked about, trying to come up with a development that had no variances, because I think that on an infill piece of property where you have no variances, where you match the lots on the outside, it tells me that it's the appropriate zoning for the site. When we look at the interiors, I look at that from the perspective that the folks that are going to be buying into the property, they know what they're buying into, and so then they have to make the decision if that's where they want to purchase the property, because we've taken care of the folks on the outside. So I commend you all on the efforts that you did over the last couple months in coming up with a site plan that I think is much better than what we started with. You've heard the requests. There's just basically 4 from the East Cobb Civic Association, okay? The first one, I had to kind of go back and forth between your red line copy and the letter. Now, my understanding is the red line copy that you sent me basically was before I got the letter dated April 15th.
Correct.
So there are no differences from the red line? Right, okay. All right, so stipulation number 3 is probably the most lengthy and has the most bit of information into it. Just for clarification, what you're attempting to do, and Jim, you might want to come up too, my understanding is what you're attempting to do is to make a detention pond that is bermed and vegetated versus having to do the concrete walls.
Correct.
And that's really going to be a decision by plan review.
Right.
So what if you have to do the normal concrete walls, then obviously you're going to have to put the fencing, and that's all required by plan review, and there'll be landscaping. So my understanding what East Cobb is asking is if you don't have to do the concrete, all right, and you're doing the basically the vegetative with the berm, all they're asking is that you remove the dead, scrappy wood, and then put some evergreens and whatever to just kind of help blend it in. Now, do you have a problem with that?
Very reasonable.
Okay, all right. The next one that they asked was stipulation number 5, and it is pretty standard for developments in East Cobb, and especially, I think, on infill. Sodding the front lawns is nice, obviously, for the sale of the property, but when we're talking about stormwater, and we've talked all about stormwater today in various forums, I think it's appropriate to side all 4 sides.
I would agree with the caveat that.
You need to just state your name for the record.
Yeah, you just have to
Jim
state your name.
Beveridge.
Okay.
Applicant. With the caveat that along the power line, there's a nice stand of pine trees.
Okay.
And where we can preserve natural features of the property that exist that would benefit both the outside residents, outside the community and the inside the proposed community, I think we ought to do that. So where sod is feasible on those front
Okay, well
side.
then let's, are you in agreement then if, for number 5, what I'll do is I'll put in that the front, rear, and side will be sodded on lots 1 through 4, and that on lots 5 through 9, you'll come back to the district commissioner with the final site plans as to what's going to be sodded and what's going to remain on the vegetation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stipulation number 6 was, and that's really just talking about the fencing. Obviously, if you're going to do a vegetative or a natural, putting up the fence is going to do more damage and kind of go in the wrong direction. So basically, on stipulation number 6, I'm going to put that in there, but it's going to only reference if you have to do the standard detention where you have to do the poured concrete. And basically what they're asking for is that the fencing and the landscaping would be maintained by the homeowners, which I know you don't want to come in and do it. And then the final one is just the reversion clause, and I am going to put that in there, but it's going to be if a land disturbance permit is not pulled within 24 months, not building permits. Because typically what the county looks at is if you pull the land disturbance permit and you put in the road and the utilities and the infrastructure like that, then you're going to move forward.
Sure.
And the reason I do that versus building permits is it really is of no value if it reverts back to R20 and you already have your road and sidewalk and things like that in. So, all right, thank you. Are there any other questions by anyone? Okay, I will make a motion to approve Z26 to the R12 category. Oh, one last question, Ellen. Yes. What is the date? Because your April
Of the site
15th
plan?
letter, yes,
It's the plan that was filed, it was last revised March 20th,
March 20th, okay.
filed with the county March 27th, and that's in stipulation number 2.
Okay, I just didn't have a copy of it, or I couldn't find it, okay. All right, so zone Z26 to the R12 category, subject to the site plan submitted on March 27th, 2015. The letter of agreeable stipulations from Ellen Smith dated April 15th, 2015. The elevations to be in general conformity to those shown today with final approval by the district commissioner. The entrance and wall and landscaping to be general conformity to what was shown today with final approval by the district commissioner, and that's actually in stipulation number 5. And on the stipulation letter, item number 3 to be changed, that with the addition after it says undisturbed buffer to put with dead or dying plantings removed and to be augmented with evergreen shrubs for screening of the detention pond on all 4 sides to be approved by the district commissioner. Stipulation number 5 will be changed to read the front, side, and rear yards in lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be sodded, and lots 5 through 9, the final site plans to be approved by the district commissioner relative to what portions are sodded. In stipulation number 6, the word fencing is added with a parentheses that says if detention is not earthened. And then a new stipulation number 16, if land disturbance permit is not pulled on the property for prior to 24 months, it reverts back to the original R20 zoning. Obviously, if you need more time, you can come back in and we can talk about that. All other staff comments not otherwise in conflict with this motion or the letter of agreeable stipulations. That would be my motion.
Yes, ma'am. Rezoning case Z30, Richard A. Boone, request rezoning from GC to LI for the purpose of a church in land lots 909 and 910 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Powder Springs Road, west of Flint Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record see the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z30? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good morning. I'm Richard Boone. I bought this property in 1987. There are no plans to change the property. The building that's there has been there for as long as I've owned it, so we're not looking at a true redevelopment here. The zoning for a church, I keep running into this. I did have a church that wanted to lease the property, but after talking to Mr. Toller at the fire marshal's office, I don't think that's going to be possible. So I really was I was advised by the people in the zoning office to go for the light industrial zoning. The reason for this is that the light industrial zoning is what the county has stipulated this property is best used for. Mentioned that the property is contiguous to a general commercial tract, heavy industrial tract, and a light industrial tract. And it fronts on the State Highway 5. The mistake I made, I guess, on my first presentation was that since there was no objection to the property being rezoned, the property was being rezoned as the county had wanted to be rezoned, and there was no redevelopment of the property or any additions to the building or structure on the property, that I assumed it was a slam dunk. Just come tell you what I had. There have been some stipulations added, and there has been I believe when it was at the Planning Commission, they changed the zoning to O and S. I was not familiar with this zoning designation, was not familiar with the fact that it could be changed like that. I talked to Ms. Cupid about this, and she sent me some stipulations that they would like to be included, none of which I have any objection to. I don't have anything else to say except that this property meets all the criteria that the county requires, and I'm just asking that you go ahead and zone it so I can go about my life. Any questions?
Anything else? You still applying for no life?
Yes. I have no problem with the other zoning, except that the stipulations were made for only 3 uses. I don't know what the building's going to be used for. I am retired, or trying to be retired. The building is for lease and or sale, and I don't know what the building would be used for. I am in total agreement with some of the exclusions made on the building, just simply because it doesn't lend itself to that type of use. One of the examples would be retail. Anybody that spent their money putting a retail establishment on that lot would lose their money. I mean, it's not set up for that. So, like I say, I have no objection to it, except that I like a broader range of prospective tenants. And as far as the condition of the property, and I've got going over. As far as the property, I've lived in Powder Springs for over 40 years. I'm as concerned with the neighborhood as anybody else in the neighborhood.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Well, I think we need to do the opposition first, if there is any. Right? Okay, there's no opposition to this case? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, just kind of understand how we got here. Has this been vacant for more than 6 months? Is that why we're here?
It's been about 6 months. It was, I had it as a real estate office for some 25, 26 years, I guess.
So it lost its grandfather status, John? Is that what the issue is? So that's why he's here, because he can't do anything with it without it being
Right.
zoned? Okay, all right, thanks.
It's just there.
Okay, so there's not a church there now, but that's the
No.
proposed use
No,
that you would like to have
the
in there?
people came to me and wanted to put a church in there. I was not aware that you could put a church in a place that small. I found out later that the zoning for a church requires 5 acres, but that's to build a church. But
That's not residential.
seems to be a lot of these churches springing up in shopping centers and converted homes. Any other questions?
Does anybody have any questions? No, I think that's all for now. And I will ask Commissioner Cupid to lead our discussion. This is in her district.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the applicant for taking time to speak with me and also sharing the concerns you had regarding the Planning Commission recommendations. The Planning Commission recommended OS for this particular site, and I can understand why, considering the type of use which was being proposed, which was for a church, which seems more fitting for an OS other than an LI category. Nonetheless, this area sits within industrial priority or priority industrial area, and you can see it's surrounded by LI and HI. And even for an LI category, church or worship, places of worship can be facilitated under that use. So while on its face it may appear to be in conflict, which was the desired use, the zoning category does provide for places of worship. This site is unique in that it sits in between the LI and HI zone property, but it sits right next door to another office, which also may seem why OS was more fitting for this area. But again, looking at the surrounding area and the intent of this board to make this a priority industrial area, I'm not opposed to facilitating LI, but restricting some of the uses. Per our county code, it states that when located on a perimeter of an industrial node, the LI district should provide for uses that are low in intensity and scale as to ensure compatibility with surrounding properties. Here we are at the perimeter of an industrial node. If you go across the street, you'll actually see residential property. And because of that contrast, some uses just aren't appropriate to be right across from residential. Also, the size of this tract doesn't lend itself to a lot of uses either. So limiting some of the uses under LI would be naturally appropriate just because they couldn't be facilitated in such a small tract of land. So, Mr. Boone, you shared that you were not opposed. I know you shared that via email with me, but just on the record here, you were not opposed to the limitations that I emailed to you with respect to LI.
No, and I didn't see but one that I thought might fit there. The rest of it was.
Oh, please,
Come
yes.
back up.
Okay.
Can you come
Okay.
back up to the microphone,
thank you.
please, sir? Thank you, Mr. Boone.
I just said only saw one objection that I thought might fit there, but this is a minor thing.
Okay.
Most of what you put on there was just common sense tells you it won't go there. It's like I said about the retail establishment.
Right.
You're not going to put a gas station on a narrow piece of property going up a hill. I mean, you might, but you're not going to sell much gas. So.
No, we don't want people to even try. Okay, so with that, then I'm going to make a motion based on the email that I drafted to you, and I'll submit that to the clerk.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to rezone this property to LI, subject to the following use restrictions. No automotive, bus, RV, and truck container sales, leasing, maintenance, painting, repair, washing, manufacturing service, fuel sales, and terminals. No pay-to-park services or pay for storage of such vehicles or accessories. No warehouse and storage facilities. No emissions and inspections facilities. No gasoline station. No activity associated with livestock, non-domestic, wild animals, and poultry. No trailer or container storage and sales. No group home or shelter. No wholesale trade and distribution, although sales, showroom, and offices is permitted. Any outdoor storage is to be to the rear of the property, fully enclosed, limited in view from the front of the property, with plans submitted to the zoning manager and subject to district commissioner final approval. All antennas and towers to be to the rear of the property and hidden from view from the front of the property unless otherwise approved by district commissioner or allowed per County Code Section 134-273. Any front display of product must be included in a plan submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department with District Commissioner final approval. Plans for modification of exterior size of footprint must be submitted to Planning and Zoning Manager and approved by District Commissioner. And minor modifications subject to District Commissioner approval. And all other staff comments not otherwise in conflict.
Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Boone. Our next case, John.
Rezoning case Z37, Venture Homes Incorporated. Request rezoning from O&I and RM12 to RM12 for the purpose of attached residential subdivision in land lots 134 and 155 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Austell Road, north of Cunningham Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z37? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Sean Randall. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Venture Homes, and we are the applicant for this rezoning. And we're very proud to be here this morning. Before I talk specifically about this rezoning, I wanted to give you just a brief update on Venture Homes and what we're doing in Cobb County. Bob White, our CEO and founder, started Venture Homes 30 years ago with one house in Mableton, Georgia. Today in the county, throughout our 30-year history, we've constructed thousands of homes in the county and done dozens of land developments. And I'm proud to report that we are now the #2 largest builder in the county in terms of unit closings. It's funny, when I pulled the numbers to talk to the commission about 2 weeks ago, we were the #4 largest builder. So we've closed, in the last 12-month period, we've closed over 79 homes in the county. I think that's probably a little bit light, but it's based on smart numbers, a third-party market research firm. So we continue to be headquartered in Marietta. We're a big part of this county, and we're glad to be here today. One other little piece of update, we are currently either developing, zoning, or have under contract 9 different projects, 8 of which are located in the county. And these projects encompass nearly 600 lots, including this one today. But with those projects, we will have active projects from Kennesaw to Smyrna to Mableton Parkway. So again, we're very glad to be here. Specifically on this project, we are asking that 1.89 acres located at 1850 Austell Road be rezoned from the current O&I to an RA5 category as suggested by staff. The bigger picture here is we plan to combine that with an adjacent 9-acre site that is currently zoned RM12 and create a 69-unit townhome project encompassing those 11 acres. The overall density would be less than 1/2 as allowed by the RM12 zoning, and that we think it would be a very nice transition from the RM12 that abuts us, as well as the O&I that abuts us, as you step back in intensity to the single family, which is located on our western boundary. So essentially, we touch on apartment zoning, and I can maybe point that out. The apartment zoning is, let me get oriented here, is over in this area. I believe the single family is here. The O&I is over in this area of the property. So what we would like to do is take that one little parcel of O&I and combine it with our 11-acre tract that's currently zoned RM12 and create a 69-unit for-sale townhome development. I'd like to highlight some of the key features mentioned in our April 11th stipulation letter. We made 3 revisions to that letter based on the Planning Commission at the time. One is that we will make the stipulation letter applicable to the entire zoning, or to the entire project. We also are going to be offering for-sale townhome product, which will include a 2-car front entry garage, 50% masonry fronts, carriage-style garage doors, elevations designed by Roger Caldwell of Caldwell Klein here in Marietta. Our planned prices will start in the 160s, go up into the low 2s. We think the square footage will run, while the minimum per the zoning is 1,600, zoning request is 1,600 square feet. We think will most likely be 1,800 to 2,100 square feet, which puts us right in the sweet spot of the single family adjacent to us. We also agreed that we will have a minimum of 18 foot between either the back of curb or the sidewalk, wherever appropriate, to the garage door, so that there'll be plenty of off-street parking in front of the 2-car garages. And we also agreed to a 3-foot masonry water table on the rear of all the homes adjacent to, butting up against the Ridgestone Landing community. There will be a mandatory homeowners association, which will be responsible for taking care of the entry monument, which will be a ground-based stone brick monument lit at night with landscaping, appropriate irrigated landscaping out in front. We've agreed to no more than 10% rentals in the project. We will construct, as a part of our open space, a 14 by 16 foot open air pavilion for the use of the residents. And we've agreed to a minimum 40 foot rear yard setback surrounding the entire property. So there should be plenty of buffer. It's our plan to develop everything you see. It's our plan to build all the houses, and we want to sell those homes. We believe this project is in very good keeping with the surrounding neighborhoods and will aid in the gentrification of that area. And Venture Homes would appreciate your support and approval of this rezoning request. And I can take any questions.
Once again, is there any opposition to the zoning case? Z37. Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This is Mr. Weatherford's district.
Yes.
So you will lead our discussion, please.
Thank you. And
You can sit down unless he has any.
I just had a couple questions, Mr. Brown. Well, thank you very much for your investment in Cobb and our community, and I appreciate your willingness to work with us on these. And you had incorporated the planning and zoning comments into your stipulation letter dated April 11th, I believe it is, which is the...
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that will include the no more than 10% rental and the water features, correct, as you mentioned earlier?
Yes,
I just want
sir.
to reiterate that. Okay.
And also making the application letter applicable to the entire project.
Okay. Good. That's all I have, unless someone has questions. I can make a motion.
Okay. Lisa has, Commissioner Cupid.
Thank you. Curious to know why the two different residential categories, why RA5 and RM12 versus RM12 and RM12 for both?
What happened, Commissioner Cupid, when the application was first submitted, it was for O&I and RM12 to RM12 for comprehensive development. During the pendency of this application, the applicant found out that the RM12 that they currently have didn't need to be rezoned. So all their zoning is the O&I portion at the front.
And why is a different residential category desired versus RM12?
Well, it was advertised at RM12, and the board can certainly zone it RM12, so it's consistent with what's behind it.
Okay.
But the RA5 or RM12 will work either way for the applicant.
They both facilitate the
Yes.
development?
They do.
Even
Absolutely.
though they have different varying densities, they still facilitate the same product?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, just seems odd. What are the limitations of keeping both parcels RM12?
Well, if the O and I piece at the front is zoned to RM12,
Mhm.
then it's zoned to the conditions that Mr. Randall submitted, which is
Mhm.
basically the site plan and his stipulation letter.
Mhm.
And I think he's agreeable to applying those to the other part of the RM12 also.
Okay. Are you indifferent to
No, I had agreed in front of the planning commission a couple of weeks ago that we would make this stipulation letter applicable to the entire project,
Okay.
even though it would apply to something we're not zoning today.
Okay. And do you have a preference for RA5 or RM12?
I think either would work for us.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
I would just, well, we can do comment after.
Correct.
Okay, after the motion.
Yes.
Chair Burrow?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
you can- This is just if there are any questions for Mr. Randall.
Okay.
While he's up here. Okay, you can have a seat for a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to approve Z37 with stipulations and agreements of the letter from Mr. Randall dated April the 11th, and the fact that that stipulation is applied to the entire tract, with fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer department comments and recommendations, as well as stormwater and Cobb DOT. And that site plan would be approved by the Board of Commissioners, with District Commissioner approving minor modifications.
I will second that. Also, any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Venture Homes has been doing a lot of development in this portion of the county, particularly in the district. And I just wanted to share that I'm pleased that you're developing in this area, even though this application isn't in my district. District 4 is right across the street.
Not that far.
Not that far. I think we share Austell Road. And it is nice to see new development in this area, and from looking at the drawings that were submitted, it looks as if it's going to provide significant improvement to the corridor. So I appreciate Venture Homes considering their second recent development off of Austell Road. I think we considered one late last year for Austell Road in Hicks as well, which is another attached residential community. I do have one question maybe for the commissioner or the applicant. Are there any amenities offered with?
None that I'm aware of, correct.
Okay.
There's no amenities, there's just a park, right? Any
No
amenities
amenities?
at all?
We're gonna do an open air pavilion.
Right, just a common area, I'm sorry.
No, there's no common area specified, other than at the entrance. I mean, clearly we'll have, ground-based monumentation, we'll have fencing, landscape plans, irrigation, everything obviously approved by the arborist.
Okay.
But we will, within the community, we will do a minimum 14 by 18 foot, or 16, I don't know what's in the stipulation letter, but a minimum open-air pavilion for the residents' use.
Okay. and that'll
They'll
be-
have picnic tables and those kind of things.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Peterson, do we have time to do Z39?
I think we can actually finish the agenda in 60 or 90 minutes, because we got two cases and another business, and then we're done.
Okay.
I'm ready for you.
Is it a consensus to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Might need a piece of gum.
Mr. Bally, you're up.
Okay, let me call that case. Rezoning case Z39, Pulte Home Corporation. Request rezoning from LI to RMA for the purpose of an attached residential subdivision in land lot 691 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northeast side of South Cobb Drive, west side of Oakdale Road, and the north side of Wright Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? Let the zoning record show there are 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Been waiting to say this all day, Madam Chairwoman. My name is James Bally with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and I'm here today on behalf of Pulte Homes on Z39 on the application to go from light industrial to residential. The property is located in an area surrounded by South Cobb Drive, Wright Road, Oakdale Road, and a railroad track. It's directly across the street on South Cobb is HI, and then it has RM8 there along Wright Road and a piece of R20 located to the rear across Oakdale Road, but there is a mixture of zoning. This is a transitional area moving from the heavy industrial on South Cobb toward Oakdale Road. The current state of the property, it's in a state of disrepair, but it does have metal industrial buildings on it, which you would expect to see on property zone light industrial. Located directly across from the site is the Napa Auto Parts store, again in a commercial use and zoned NRC. On the rear of the property, the picture you see is from Oakdale Road on the R20 site looking toward the industrial buildings there and the loading docks. That's the view the residents have now when they look toward the property. I want to briefly touch on the fact that it's just a truism that industrial property next to residential can decrease the value. One of the adjacent sites, first time it was valued by the Cobb tax assessor, again, these are the Cobb tax assessor numbers, not mine, it suffered an immediate decrease in value from 2013 to 2014, some $6,000. Again, there could be attributed to many factors, but it's certainly, you've got to take into account that the light industrial is there. 2092 Wright Road, which is directly behind the Napa Auto Parts and across from the site, just in the past 2 years, 2013, it was valued at $130,000, and that value's gone down to $111,000, which is a decrease. Again, those are Cobb tax assessor numbers and not mine. We don't want to confuse that with the actual appraisal of the property, which sometimes can be different than the tax value, but it shows a decrease in the value of both those properties, and that's just 2 examples. We think that Z39 brings value to the neighborhood. The Z39 homes will have price points of $300,000 and up. We don't guess at that. We have the exact product 2 miles away in Vinings Crest with an average sales price of $385,000 per home. Each home will have a minimum of 2,500 square feet with 2-car garages. Architectural renderings and elevations that have been submitted show the 3-sided brick, stacked stone combinations with no vinyl material, and superior interior finishes for all homes. Some examples of those you see before you, the quality homes. Again, $300,000 to $350,000 and up. So pictures you see before you are an example of the superior interiors of the homes that are going to be offered with that product. Numerous design options between various models, all with a high quality and various options you can see before you today. I want to briefly talk about the stipulations and based on the newest stipulation letter, which is dated April 16, 2015. There will be enhanced landscaping along Oakdale Road to be approved by the county arborist and or the district commissioner. All homes will be for sale with a 10% rental limitation placed upon them that you see on many zonings. There'll be a mandatory HOA that will be in charge of landscaping and screening. We intend to improve the stormwater detention. We'll have no increase in the flow. We'll update a pipe that's under the property now. We'll comply 100% with Mr. Braden's stormwater comments, which will benefit the area and benefit any stormwater flow coming off of our property. We've agreed to black vinyl 4-foot fence along the railroad side of our property with ornamental wrought iron appearance, aluminum style fencing on Oakdale Road. When this application was before the Plan Commission, which recommended unanimously that it be approved, there were some amendments requested by Chairman Terry, and those have been incorporated into the new stipulations letter and also into the new site plan that's been dated of the same date that were filed with the zoning office. Some just examples of those: guest parking was upgraded to meet fires requirements and Mr. Terry's request. Landscaping language was added to the stipulation letter. We've agreed to widen Wright Road at the intersection of Oakdale Road, and that is shown on our site plan. We agreed to 30-foot wide homes. There were some comments made about 5-foot wide sidewalks, and we've agreed to do those, and all of those are before you. I want to talk briefly now about the history of the application. It has been before you and withdrawn, and there has been some history of this application. It's changed. There was a request that we go down in density, and we have done that with this application. We increased the value of the homes with the upgraded product and increased the width to 30 feet that you see today. We shifted the entrance away from, there's a large single-family home on Oakdale Road, and we moved it further toward the railroad and Wright Road. We moved all the homes that were facing Oakdale off of Oakdale Road, agreed not to gate the community, and we added additional stipulations that weren't in previous applications for protection. As you see before you is the site plan, an example of what I'm talking about. The double-sided arrow is pointing to where the entrance was and where it has now been moved to, closer to the railroad. Also, you can see the two lower arrows show that all homes that were facing on Oakdale Road have been moved. I do want to talk briefly about something that came up at the Planning Commission hearing about stormwater runoff. You can see there, and it may be a little hard to make out on this slide, but you can see where it says Z39, the first arrow is the flow that comes under our property that we're going to upgrade and have on-site detention, and we think fix a lot of the problems that have been mentioned. But they're just not problems from this site. You see the middle arrow, this entire flow basin comes off of West Village. So West Village and all of that development up is coming down and meeting the stream that runs under our property. And then it flows around there. The combined flow goes under the interstate there. I think we've got one homeowner that spoke before at 2225 Park Avenue and mentioned that the flow was on her property. The way that I'm looking at it on the Cobb GIS map, it shows, in fact, that her property line is there where the arrow is, and the stream is located some distance away down, not on her property. But that's just an example of the way that the stormwater flow is coming down from West Village, and it's not coming off of our site. All of these things that I've talked about today led to a staff analysis that recommends yes. Staff has said that Z39 will permit a use suitable in view of the use and the development of adjacent and nearby properties. It will not have an adverse effect on surrounding property. It will not cause a burdensome use of existing streets or utilities. In fact, we're upgrading those. Z39 is compatible and consistent with the area's mixture of industrial, commercial, and mixed residential that you saw before you earlier. And the comprehensive plan encourages medium-density residential such as Z39 to provide for that transition from the South Cobb Industrial toward the RM8 and other residential. Now, all of that has led your staff to recommend approval at 36 homes to an RA6. We're acceptable with that. It also led the Planning Commission to recommend unanimous approval for 36 homes. And we, again, in conclusion, would say we simply want to take what you see before you and what's there now and turn it into this. And so I would ask for your favorable attention and recommendation on this application that's before you for 36 homes at RA6, and I'm available for any questions at the appropriate time, Madam Chairwoman.
Hi, Tracy Esslinger. I live at 2225 Park Avenue, across from the proposed development. I am speaking in opposition today. Though we are not opposed to residential development for this site, we are opposed to this level of density. My husband and I, 8 years ago, moved into this area. Oakdale Road, we were looking for convenience, which this area does provide, being so close to the interstate system. However, we selected Oakdale Road and paid a premium for this property because of the little niche that is Oakdale Road. These are some neighborhoods that are here on Oakdale Road. We have historicity with the Civil War shoepades. We can walk to the library with my little girl, walk to shopping, restaurants. The architecture in particular drew us to this area. High-density areas that are convenient did not offer the warmth that we were looking for with the developments that we had in mind for our growing family. We also have creeks, old growth forests, wildlife, courtyards, and parks in this area. The cash track in particular we saw as an asset, not a detriment. I see this view every time we drive in and out when we were looking at homes. We found the historic home there with the architecture to be particularly nice, and there is an expansive field here that we've enjoyed the farmers market with the vegetables that they sell. So again, we saw this as an asset, not a detriment. The proposed density we just feel is out of character for this little hidden gem of this corner of Cobb County. This is a picture of Vinings Crest, the exact product that Mr. Bally mentioned, that the applicant will duplicate on the cash track if it is approved. Again, we just feel it is out of character with the current environment we have there. It fits nicely where it is here at Vinings Crest. The Home Depot skyrise is behind. You can see it's more of just an urban type area rather than this kind of different environment that we are in. And I don't know, one of the other homeowners put it succinctly, I felt. It just feels like this is being shoehorned into our area rather than trying to fit with our beautiful corner of Cobb County. They do not even have any room for the little beauty strip of grass that you see in this photo. We'll be getting just the sidewalks and the asphalt and the rows of garages there with this townhome. This townhome development. If the and I think I mentioned in my email to y'all, I am the resident that Mr. Bally mentioned that backs up to the creek. There is some common area between our property and the creek, but we maintain it, and it does flood. I didn't include the pictures in my presentation, but if you want to see that later, I can be called up and I have a picture of the flooding that I can show you on my phone. I can pull up for you. But if the density must be approved, we're asking for what we feel are reasonable steps the developer can take. The detention pond, even though they moved the homes from the front side of the development, we won't see the back side of the homes, but we will now see a detention pond. We believe there's some things that can be done there to improve that, improve the elevations, and improve the safety and the aesthetics of the proposed development. This is a view of a detention pond from a nearby home. This is the view that Mr. Barker will have of the detention pond from his home across the street. No matter how well they're maintained, it is still not a nice site, and why we feel it's usually in the back of communities, not in the front. There is a beautiful example of a detention area that's been turned into an amenity over in Cobb County, and I wanted to show you these pictures. This is as you drive in. What you're looking at as you drive in is the detention area. They've hidden the drain very well. It's unobtrusive in a corner of the detention area. They've put a gazebo there. Park benches would be great even. So we think this would be something that could be considered to give us a greater street level view and an amenity to the future homeowners who don't currently have any amenities the way it's planned. This is some example of the existing Oakdale architecture. On my first slide, you also saw some examples of the surrounding areas. This is the applicant's proposed elevations. Again, great for a more urban type area where this particular one is already at the corner of 285. We just feel like it could fit a little better, and so we're asking for upgraded four-sided architecture, and I've given some examples there that we see in other architecture of the area. Even if they want to consider some driveway transitions that we see in the area would be nice. like stamped concrete or brick or stone. It's a little dark. It was taken on a rainy day, but we're asking that the decorative fence to include intermittent columns, as is in keeping with the rest of Oakdale Road neighborhoods. Now, on the back side of the property, you're not yet into the Oakdale Village area. One of the ways in is at South Cobb Drive and Wright Road. We feel that a heavy landscape barrier both on Wright Road and South Cobb Drive would help with the safety and the appearance. We expect that there will be very steep embankments after they grade the area, and this would just help, even possibly a fence continuing around on Wright Road to keep children from wandering in, or pedestrians and so forth trespassing, even cars veering off. South Cobb does have a guardrail, Wright Road does not, so we feel like at least a fence would help keeping cars from running into the back of the townhomes there. One thing we wanted to ask for here at the corner of South Cobb Drive and Wright, as you turn into our village area, it would be nice to have a column or a small monument with our neighborhood name on it as a gateway into the area. And again, with the appropriate landscape buffer there, will signify transition from light industrial into residential. Wright Road safety, as this comes into Advanced Auto, as you go past Advanced Auto Parts, Oakdale is straight ahead. You will turn onto Oakdale Road. This is the shift in the road that we've been discussing that needs to be fixed with the widening. Current site plan only proposes widening that I can see up towards the actual intersection, but it's this right-hand side with the 4-foot shift that is needing to be fixed. There is also a sidewalk that needs to be connected. Right now it's calling for a 20-foot gap in the site plan. We're asking that you connect it so that the future residents can gain access to the rest of the sidewalk system and be safer. And in closing, I thank you for your time and ask that you help us to preserve this hidden gem with green space and just have it fit as more consistent use with the area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. You have about 2.5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of. Thank you. My name's Randy Barker. My wife and I live across the street from this project. Our house has been there about 6 years. The land our house is on has been in my wife's family for over 60 years. My wife grew up right next to this property. I grew up down the street. I've seen this property all my life. When I look at it now, I don't really see the warehouses. I mean, it's just there. But I know this is a valuable piece of property. It's destined to be redeveloped. I know that. And I will commend Pulte. They did a much better job this second time than they did the first time. Mr. Barrett with Pulte has been great to work with. Mr. Balley's done a good job. But I do have some issues. One is the entrance. The entrance to this property, the commercial property, has been on Wright Road for almost 40 years. Why it's on Oakdale Road, I don't agree with. Oakdale Road has too much traffic now. In DOT's study on this, they cited 2008 traffic study. There's been more than 150 residences added to this area within a half mile of this site since 2008. Traffic on Oakdale has just increased tremendously. And I think we need to look at a different location for the entrance. My other concern is stormwater. Can I show this picture? The creek runs by my house and it goes under a culvert underneath the railroad. Mr. Balley was correct when he was talking about the West Village water. It's on the other side of the railroad from, let me do the second one. Here's the culvert that goes under the railroad. The creek runs comes from Pulte's property, by my property, goes underneath, into this culvert underneath the railroad, then it meets the West Village. This culvert is like half the size of the culvert coming from the Pulte property. The volume coming from Pulte is tremendous, and I'm worried that when it hits this, it's going to be a problem. I'm also concerned about the creek on the Pulte property. It's been buried for like 40 years, and I think when it was first buried, it was done without regulatory approval. And so now I think it's going to be dug up and reburied. I am concerned, or I'm curious about a Cobb ordinance that says that when you bury a creek, it must reemerge before it approaches the downstream property. I'm not really sure, how that applies here, but I have noticed that in the ordinance. And I'm also concerned about density. This tract is 5-point-something acres, and if you do the RA6, 6 times that, you get about 31 units. Everyone's recommending 36 units, and I don't see how they do the math. I've asked, and I've seen some staff comments where they said they've used some existing roadways they've incorporated in and some abandoned right-of-way and increased the density. And I've asked for an explanation of that, but I don't understand where the numbers are coming from.
Okay, sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
If the applicant is agreeable, I will allow Ms. Barnes to say
Okay, just a few
a
minutes.
a minute or two, and then you will have an opportunity as well.
Fine.
Okay. Mary Rose?
Thank you so much. I'm Mary Rose Barnes, Oakdale Community Association. I have passed out pretty much a summary of what I'm going to say this morning, so maybe this afternoon now. We would like, in addition to what we discussed, is a 25-foot undisturbed evergreen landscape buffer to Oakdale Road and Wright Roads be approved by the county arborist during plan review. Also, for the HOA to be responsible for upkeep of the detention facility, not just its landscaping, but the facility itself. This is extremely important for the property across the street. And the widening of Wright Road as per DOT standards. We would also ask that be no blasting. We still have damage from Pulte's blasting in the last development, and we don't need any more of that. Minor modifications to be modifications to include there be no not violate any terms of the zoning stipulations. This was a planning commission recommendation that was not included in the stipulation letter. And the damaged building to be boarded up within 30 days and demolished within 90 days. As per the Planning Commission recommendation, again, not included in the stipulation letter. That building has been there for over a year now. It was a nice looking building, but it's it has not been repaired. And a decorative fence to be designed to be approved by a district commissioner. And I would add that perhaps some of these issues could have been settled ahead of time had we had access to open discussions with the attorney. And also the fact that the stipulation letter and the site plan were not available till Friday. Of course, it made it difficult for us to deal with the situation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. Bally, you have about 50 seconds.
Lawyer always takes the time he has. Very briefly, we did agree to meet with everyone. I've got an email showing that I emailed and invited proposed dates to meet with them, and they chose not to do so. That being said, with the issue on the demolition, I'll just touch on very quickly. It's 70 days and 100 days. We wouldn't have had any problem with Mr. Terry's recommendation of 30, except for the seller has an occupation clause of 60 days after closing. We're going to close 10 days after final zoning, so that's why you've got 70. If they're out of there on the 11th day, we'll be in there demolishing and boarding up, which we intend to do as soon as we get possession of the site. But that's why those dates are in there.
Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Bally while he's up here? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Ott.
Thank you. Let me start off to kind of give a little bit of a brief history, and some of this is for my fellow board members. This property came in for zoning probably about 6 months ago with a request for 41 lots. The application was withdrawn kind of on short notice in front of the Board of Commissioners, and subsequently the application was made to the City of Smyrna for not only annexation but also zoning for the 41 lots. Basically, the plan that had come in front of the Planning Commission at the county was submitted to the City of Smyrna to be approved lock, stock, and barrel, which is or was much more intense than what's in front of us today. Through a lot of discussion and sitting down with the applicant, they were convinced to withdraw the application from the City of Smyrna and come back to the county, and to try to work with the citizens and the neighbors in the community to come up with a plan that was a little bit more in keeping with what the community was looking for. Is it perfect? No, but it's a lot less intense than was going to be approved, or appeared to be going to be approved in the City of Smyrna. If it was annexed by the City of Smyrna, this board would have no control over as to what happened to the property. So that's kind of how we got to where we are today. There's quite a few things on, I'm just going to start on Mary Rose's list. I think that in discussion with the applicant, most of what's on your list, the applicant is agreeable to, and I will cover when I make my motion. Any comments or questions so far? Okay. I'm going to make a motion then to approve Z39 to the RA6 category, subject to the site plan submitted on April 16th, 2015. Also subject to the letter of agreeable stipulations dated for April 16, 2015, with the following changes. On item number 1, which deals with the architectural style and elevations of the buildings, I'm going to add to that that the final approval is by the district commissioner. On item number 6, which deals with the HOA's responsibilities, going to add fences and or walls. On item number 11, which deals with the applicant contributing to the Cobb County Sidewalk Fund, going to add that the applicant agrees to install a sidewalk along Oakdale Road over the railroad easement, provided that the railroad agrees to it, because we cannot direct them to do it if the railroad does not say yes, because it still is an active railroad easement. On item number 16, subset F, and this is really just to clarify what Mr. Bally said about the 70 days. Because they have a contractual agreement with the current occupant of the property that they can stay up to 60 days, I'm going to change it to say that it will happen, the property will be boarded up 30 days, no later than 30 days after the current occupant leaves the property, or 70 days, whichever is less, with the demolition of the building to come 30 days after that. And so just kind of for clarification for the folks in the audience, typically what happens when we have property, and Mary Rose will attest to this, we typically require that the property be boarded up 30 days after the approval of the zoning, and then that the building be demolished 30 days after that, for a total of 60 days after the zoning hearing. So that stipulation is trying to keep within the intent that we typically do, but acknowledging the fact that there is this 60-day issue. On item number 17, change approval from the Cobb County Arborist to the District Commissioner. Item number 23, after it says potential buyers, to add in writing. And basically that is at the request of the industrial property across South Cobb Drive, their concerns about folks not knowing that that's over there. Commissioner Cupid kind of referenced it earlier, that we have issues, and there have been issues in other areas in District 2 about homeowners coming in after the fact and then trying to make changes to commercial property that was already there. Also on item number 16, item D, let me just find it here on, and that references the Sunday work. I'm going to add to D, or basically I'm just going to change it to say that any Sunday work approved by the district commissioner to be inside with noise level not to violate the county code noise levels, and prior notification to the neighborhood association. And basically what that is about is in the discussions with Ms. Barnes, the issue is twofold. One, the Sunday work on the outside of the property, which typically in stipulation letters in the district, that's taken care of by just saying that there's no Sunday work on the outside, and any Sunday work would have to be on the inside approved by the district commissioner. But then the issue came up about noise with folks that are working maybe on the inside with either boom boxes, radios, or whatever, and so this is an attempt to address that. Item number 22G, add to it, it's a new stipulation and basically say that would violate zoning decision, and that's talking about minor modifications. On number 20, I'm going to add an item number 24, and basically indicate that the fence along Oakdale Road to include brick columns with wrought iron style fencing between, with final approval for said fence to be by the district commissioner. All fire department comments and recommendations, all water and sewer division comments and recommendations, all stormwater management comments and recommendations, and then all Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, with the exception of curb and gutter along Wright Road, and that's because the recommendation from staff prior to that is for the applicant to consider, first they want them to look at the site distance and then to consider entering into an agreement for dedication of right-of-way. So if that discussion is going to happen, I don't want to require that curb and gutter be put in until that discussion is had. So that would be my motion.
Okay, I have one question.
Okay?
The STIP letter dated April 1st.
There's a new one, April
Okay.
16th.
Okay.
Second.
And I have it all written down for them. I just wrote it down so they can follow.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Bally. Mr. Peterson?
Yes, ma'am. Moving into land use permits on today's agenda, LUP 9, Maria Claudia Ortega, requested land use permit for the purpose of a daycare in land lots 949 and 950 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Allgood Road, north of Camellia Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 9? Please keep your hands raised. Let the record show there are 5 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Silva, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my mother. Her name is Maria Silva, Maria Claudia Ortega. And we're here requesting a temporary permission, not a commercial permission. It's a temporary permission to have a family daycare at their home. Currently, by the laws of the Cobb County, you are allowed to babysit up to 6 kids in your house without any type of license or permission, as long as you have all the licenses from the start. What we're asking is an increase in those numbers of children from 6 children, maybe up to 10 children or 12, depending on your judgment. We had applied initially about last year for this permit, and based on your recommendations, we were told to come back in 6 months after the construction was completed, and my parents have moved into their house. The construction is completed, and now they're living in the house. A little bit of background: my mother has 35 years of early childhood education experience, and she's been caring for children in her home for the past 12 years. She has all the licenses from the state and right from the start, as well as multiple recognition for the quality of care that she provides. What we're requesting or what we have in mind is to care for children that are infants, meaning ages 0 to 4, preschool, with the hours from 7 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The parents will come in the morning, drop off their children, and then come back in the afternoon, pick them up. There will not be children sleeping in the house or staying overnight. And some of the parents, they do come at different times. They don't all come at once. usually, when it's a temporary land of use permit, we know that you guys, this permit is allowed to go for 24 months, but because this is just a first time applying, we thought that maybe okay if we could just get the opportunity to try at least for 12 months and see how it goes. We will have no signs in front of the property, and we are requesting to have one employee to help my mother care for the extra children. Obviously, children, they need to go out and get exposed to sunlight, and it's a standard for any daycare or any facility to you are supposed to take the children out to get some playtime and let them have some exposure to the light, to the sunlight. So they will go out for 1 hour outside to play. Obviously, depending on the weather, if it's too cold, obviously they will not go out. If it's too warm, they won't go out as well. On the application, we spoke with all the adjacent neighbors. We told them what we wanted to do, and they all agree. And the signatures are in the application. But because we do have a fence that is next to their house, but the fence is not tall enough, so we have hired some people to come over this weekend to plant some pine trees on the bottom part where the neighboring homes are. If you move, this lot is located in front of a church, right next to a church, and if you go up a little bit, a few feet, there's an office complex there. This particular lot, you can see the parking lot right there. That's the office spaces. This particular lot is not in front of a subdivision. It's right in front of the street. Unfortunately, it's adjacent to a residential subdivision. This land or this lot is a total of 2.5 acres. And we do have a long driveway that in a shape, shoe horse shape, that will allow people to come in, pick up their kids, and then just leave on a different direction. We don't believe that this should impose any extra traffic. It will not disturb the traffic at all, since again it has it's such a long driveway. We do have some pictures that we would like to share with you about the home. When my parents acquired the home, it was in really bad shape. It was abandoned for almost a year or more than that. My parents had to redo the whole electricity of the house, the entire plumbing. They had to get a new AC system installed because the old one was stolen. In front of the property, there were a lot of dead trees that had to be removed for the safety of the home. So everything was turned down. My father has a discapacity on his leg, disability on one of his legs. So we built a ramp for him, and also to facilitate access to the house. That's the front of the house. There's a small porch area next to the entrance of the house. That's, again, the front of the house. It's a picture of one of the bathrooms. That's a picture of one of the bedrooms. Laundry room. Living room. There's a small area that could be used for babies. Because the ranges of the infants are from 0 to 4, we could use that space for infants or newborns if we have any newborns. If not, we can use it as a living space for the house. There's the porch with some extra toys, playground, a sandbox for the kids to go out and play. That's the kitchen. And that's, initially, there was a garage back there that we had enclosed. And so we used that space as the room that we have designed for the children to stay and learn and play. It has its own bathroom, and something that we did was we changed the toilets from regular toilets to kids' toilets just to facilitate them going to the bathroom. But it can easily turn back into a regular bathroom by removing one of the toilets and putting a tub there. So it's very easy to go back. That's another bathroom. That's my parents' bedroom. That's, again, their bedroom. That's the entrance of the house. That's it. So just to summarize, we would like to have the opportunity to try this at least for 12 months. And again, no signs whatsoever in front of the house, to have at least one employee. We would like to try at least getting permission to have 4 extra kids. That's it, just 4 extra children from the hours of 7 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, from the ages of 0 to 4. And some of the confusion with some of the neighbors was that they had a bad experience with a group home that was within their subdivision. Some teenagers were living in this house, and they were going in the afternoon. They were going out of this house and vandalizing other homes. This will not be the case. These are preschool children. They will not be leaving the house unattended. And I think that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to. I'll be here. Well, my mom will be here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any opposition would like to speak?
Commissioner Burrell
And my mic.
and other
Sorry.
commissioners, good morning. My name is Dr. Jontil Robinson, and my home is in the Eastwood Forest subdivision adjacent to 1096 Allgood Road, Land Use Permit 9, requesting an R20 exemption. This morning, my neighbors and I in the Eastwood Forest subdivision are here, and we ask that you deny this variance and that the property maintain its present status as residential. We ask that you follow the decision of the Planning Commission on April 7th to deny the variance, and there are several reasons for our request for denial. First, this family daycare is a business. There are presently no other businesses like this in this area. The industrial park further down on Allgood Road is in a class by itself, hidden in a beautiful landscape setting and magnificently maintained, is no comparison to this daycare center. By their own admission, the Ortegas have run out of money because they have spent so much getting the property prepared. I passed by there this morning, and I was very disappointed with the way the property looks already. And on April 7th, the Planning Commission asked the Ortegas to address the front yard, which they have not done. Loosening the present zoning will open the door to a downward spiral, which has already commenced, and the lowering of our property values. My neighbors and I do not trust that this variance can be given and that this variance is the end of it. You grant the variance, and it opens the door for an increase in the number of children at the daycare center. There is precedence for our request for denial. Previously, other group home type facilities have wreaked havoc on our neighborhood and our property values. If you respond that the daycare is not a group home type facility, then my response to you is that the demographics in our neighborhood have changed, and that change has driven down our property values.
Previously, in the very next block from this property we are discussing this morning, going towards Cobb Parkway, was a women's shelter at 970 Allgood Road. That property got to be unsightly. Cars coming and going at all hours of the day, inhabitants congregating outside, family members visiting, new inhabitants coming, defects workers coming and going. My Eastwood Forest subdivision neighbors were instrumental in getting that women's shelter closed. It was an eyesore while it was being used, and it remained an eyesore for almost a decade until just recently when someone came and cleaned it up. Deny this variance because this daycare center is a business. The Eastwood Forest subdivision is not the dumping ground for the Allgood Road, Sandy Plains, Post Oak, Tritt neighborhoods, and the Board of Commissioners ought to stop thinking about it as such. Cobb County Code Enforcement has done a credible job in insisting that property owners in the Eastwood Forest subdivision maintain their properties and militates against the further lowering of property values in our area. Deny the exemption because this daycare center is a business. The second reason that this exemption should be denied is traffic. We implore you to come to this area Monday through Friday mornings from about 7 a.m. to 8:45 a.m. and evenings from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And what you will see is traffic backed up and down the Wallace Road, Merritt Street arteries from the 120 loop all the way to Allgood Road. It's a nightmare. School buses, motorists, and if you live in the Eastwood Forest subdivision, there are times when you cannot exit at Pine Valley or Camellia because you have a backup of traffic from the Lockheed Elementary School, the Sawyer Road Elementary School, and people going to and from Interstate 75 and to and from East Cobb neighborhoods off of Sandy Plains, Allgood Road, Post Oak, Tritt. However, the third and by far the most compelling reason for denying this variance is because Cobb County staff recommendations regarding this variance request. There were 12. I will do 3. Criteria 5. The general presumption of the Board of Commissioners is that residential neighborhoods should not allow non-compatible business uses. Cobb County staff responds. This use is located in an area of single-family residential homes and uses. With the installation of a sign and an employee, the intensity would be more than the surrounding properties. Criteria 7, hours of operation. This activity is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. through 6 p.m., more activity than what is normally found in R20 zoning. And remember what I said about traffic. Criteria 10, circumstances surrounding the neighborhood, complaints. Response. This request is not the result of a complaint of the Code Enforcement Division. However, the neighbors have called in opposition, and based on the above analysis, the staff recommends denial. Finally, in the packet of materials for this LUP 9 assessment, there is a very important letter from Ms. Jessica Awatona, environmental health specialist from Cobb and Douglas Public Health. She writes that the septic tank at 1096 Allgood Road for the property has been repaired and is approved for 37 people total. What this suggests to me is that ultimately there will be a higher level of clients coming to this daycare, and the present 6 children allowance will ultimately be 30 to 35. If the Cobb County staff analyzing this variance request recommends denial, and the Cobb County Planning Commission, based on their assessment, have recommended that the variance be denied, also, what further proof is necessary or required?
Good morning. My name is Joanne Narookie.
We have been residents of Eastwood Forest for 49 years. During this time, the neighborhood has been many ups and downs, but it's always been a fairly good home. Concerning the house on Yallowgood Road, it was always considered a part of the neighborhood. It is only one house off. And when we used to have a pool and everything, it was always considered part. The home was purchased and started remodeling without a building permit. They stopped building after the county issued a stop order. And then they got a permit for a single family residence. Then suddenly they asked for rezoning, which was denied in September. The property had never been used as a home by the current owners. They were told that they must live in the home for 6 months. During this time, the neighbors watched closely. They never lived into the home until possibly 4 days before the April 7th hearing. Utility company records also show that this was never lived in. And if you're living in a home, you have to watch TV, run water, all that. The April 7th hearing, they asked for special land use permit for family daycare. 1 employee plus a sign out front. This was thankfully denied. They can have up to 6 children as it currently is. And they've never had that, so there's no need to expand. They never had any children, you know. The house was remodeled with the total look of business. Its outside portfolio has a bad weather place for unloading. This belongs to a medical building or similar situation. Of course, for a daycare drop-off, this would be nice also. They have picture shows the inside was remodeled for a full daycare facility. What private family home has a children's bathroom with kid-sized potties? Aside from traffic problems, and I'm sure sooner or later there will be major accident when parents going in and out during rush hour. So once they get 12 children, next year will be 20, then 40. Cannot see them stopping at 10. I just don't like the idea of not starting out right. They have the attitude, if they build it, you will have to let them do as they want. Forget the laws they should follow. I'm very sorry they've spent their money, but this does not mean we now have to just follow a business to develop here. If we are just to turn our backs and ignore when these laws are bluntly ignored, and they are blatant, then why do we have the laws to begin with? We respectfully request that this house be kept as a single-family residence. Thank you.
Are we out of time? I'm Donna Powers, and I just wanted to say I oppose to this. I don't feel like they adhere to any of the county policies. They were denied 3 times by the Planning Commission, by the Board of Commissioner in September last year. You guys asked them to move into the residence. They did not do so. Traffic's gonna be a nightmare, and who's gonna monitor if they have 6 kids, 10 kids, 20 kids? So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. This is District 3, so I will lead the discussion. And just some history here. This case did come before the Board of Commissioners in September of 2014. When we broke for lunch that day, I went out of town and I was not here. Commissioner Ott presided over this case and in my absence, and he did instruct the applicant that they would need to make the necessary modifications so that they could live in the home and return to us in 6 months and it's now been 6 months, and the applicant has returned. I did visit the site last week. The applicant and her husband have made the required renovations to live there. They do have daycare and living quarters set up there. The case was not denied in September by this board. It was, they were directed of what they needed to do, which they have made the improvements, and were told to come back in 6 months for the land use permit. And the property will remain in the R20 zoning. The applicant is asking for a land use permit to run a daycare out of the house on the property, but the zoning will still remain R20. And they have to go through this process at the county level, the zoning process with the land use permit, in order to obtain their state license. And the applicant does have a background in pre-K education and has had a license for other locations in the metro Atlanta area. And there will not be any access to the subdivision behind this property, whether it is part of that subdivision. There's no access. The access is only on Allgood Road, would be only to Allgood Road to drop off kids and pick up kids during the day with the restricted hours. So I go that way myself a lot. I live not too far from there, and Allgood Road, because of the industrial park and thoroughfare there to 41 and all, there is traffic in the mornings and in the afternoons. But I don't see that this is going to impact that to a great extent because of the number of kids that will be allowed. So I do have a question for Ms. Ortigo and her son, if you would come back up, and the board may have some questions as well. In September, when you were instructed that you would have to renovate the home and live there, give me a time frame of how long it took to renovate it and inside and out to conform to those instructions, and how long you and your husband have actually been living there, staying there overnight.
Back in September, we still had issues with the air conditioning and the plumbing, so that had to be fixed. They were living in a different location in Alpharetta. They did all their moving in December. However, they have been in and out of the house. My younger sister is in the process of going to college, so they've been traveling a lot, visiting different campuses throughout the Washington area, looking for colleges. They recently went on a vacation out of the country for 2 weeks, so they've been in and out of the house for pretty much the beginning of the year. But they move in all their personal belongings into the house since December.
Okay, so it's been set up like what I saw Friday.
Yes.
Since December.
Yes.
And they've been staying there on and off.
On and off.
Since then.
I live not far away from their house, so because they're living by themselves, sometimes they come to my house. But they move in all their personal belongings since December. Yes. And the electricity and the water they've been installed for more than a year. However, because they have not been permanently in the house, The TV and the internet were not installed until recently. Because they
Okay.
were not in the house, they were coming to my house, and they were out of the city.
Okay. And also when I visited, the inside, to me, looked very nice, a definite improvement from, I guess, the house that was there prior to, the renovations and all. The yard is not up to Cobb County standards, and I know we've had a lot of rain, and you had agreed to have it mowed and keep it maintained, and also to do some plantings on the eastern side in between the two larger trees that are there to kind of give a little buffer and some blockage of view from the three houses that adjoin there. There's really nothing behind you. Well, there's a lot more property that you own, and no access in the back. There's, I know there's a fence around the perimeter, but also there's, the road is gated off in the back of your property where, from the subdivision, so there will not be any access through the subdivision. All the traffic will come in and out, access on Allgood Road only.
That's correct, and we do have some people coming this weekend to plant some bushes and pine trees on the side of the
Where the
fence.
neighbors are, correct.
Exactly, where the neighbors are, that's correct.
Okay. Because you wouldn't be required to do that, but in good faith, I think that would be a good gesture that I would like to see. And you do need to maintain the yard once it's cut and landscaped and sodded or whatever you plan to do. And I also want the public and the neighbors to keep in mind that they have done what was instructed of them back in September, and I know that this was denied at Planning Commission and staff recommendation, but and I may be going out on a limb here, but I really think that asking for a 12-month land use permit, and code enforcement will be monitoring the restrictions that we put on here if it's approved. I would like to, give them the opportunity, see how it goes. And then in 12 months, if we have complaints or if they are in violation of any of these stipulations, then when they come back, for renewal, we'll go from there and see how it goes. So with that, if there's any other questions you have of Ms. Ortego or anyone, go ahead.
I was gonna make a comment after your motion.
Ms. Ortega, just a question as to the current county code would allow up to 6 children without the additional land use permit, which is basically going from 6 to 10. Why have you not had any children in the house to this point?
Because in order to get the license transferred, there's a fee that there are 2 licenses that have to be paid. So we were just waiting for this process to be finished to file the paperwork. So regardless of if this is approved or not, we're gonna get that transfer. We were just waiting for this to be finalized.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that you could have gotten the license for the 6, but then when you went to 10, you would have to go back and get the license again?
Right.
Okay.
Every time that she moves or every time that she wants to make a modification to the anything, In regards to the children, she has to go back to the state, and somebody from the state, they're constantly coming at least once a month to check on the kids, to check on the condition of the house, to check on the condition of the kitchen. There's somebody that comes once a month to check on the condition of the food as well. So we do get a lot of people coming into the house, making sure that we're doing everything that we are supposed to.
At the state level?
Yes, right from the start.
Correct.
Yes. And my mom is saying that there's a license that has to be paid to the city, and then there's another license that has to be paid to the state as well.
The county?
To the county, yes.
She's not in the city. Okay. Commissioner Cupid?
Yes. Is there a buffer south of the property between your building and the houses that are off of Camellia Drive? I'm not observing one.
Currently, there's just a wooden fence
There's a
on
wooden
the
fence.
back, on the side of the house, but that's why we wanna plant some bushes and trees so that we will allow them to have more privacy, and we could have
Exactly.
more privacy as well.
That would be my suggestion for Commissioner, now acting chairwoman, if there is not. you have
One
mul-
at a time, please.
I see you have multiple conversations. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if it's part of the stipulations for them to have a buffer between this site and the residential that's south of it, but I would ask that we have them put one in just to provide some privacy to the neighbors that are south of the property.
When you say south, are you talking about the eastern border here?
Yeah, I guess,
That's
yes,
what.
whatever the arrow is.
Right, that's
it
what
seems-
we.
Okay,
have
so that's
discussed.
stipulated in there. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear, so this will be a landscaped, you will put in grass or sod and, okay.
But the rear of the property is vacant.
Okay.
It's, and that's what needs to be maintained and landscaped.
Okay.
And the plantings are gonna be on the, I guess you're saying the south side, according to this, but it's where the arrow is going. That's where the houses are.
Yes, so I'll
Right.
be seeking, yeah, the buffer north of those houses.
Okay. And, just a minute. That's what I was going, okay, and that can be done within the next 30 days?
Yes, they're coming this weekend to start planting those pine trees.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that was your
No,
question?
They're not gonna be like really tall already. No, they're certain medium size, and they're gonna grow. So it will take time for those trees to grow to a sufficient size that But they are regular pine trees that you buy at
Okay.
the store, and they will come and plant them.
Okay. Any other questions of the Ortegas? Okay. You can sit down, and I am ready to make a motion. Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve LUP 9, subject to hours of operation, Monday through Friday, only 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., no overnight stays for the preschool children, pre-K children only, no outdoor signs, only one additional employee is allowed, a maximum of 10 children, 10 unrelated children would be allowed, and this would be for 1 year only. Land use permit, you will have to come back in a year for a renewal. And I would also add a stipulation to clean up, mow, landscape, and maintain the backyard and the front yard with a landscape buffer of trees on the south side that adjoins the neighbors within the next 30 days. And that's my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, and have some comments. First off, for land use permits, just to kind of discuss a little bit with the opposition, the purpose of land use permits, and there was a lot of terms going around, variances, special land use permits. This is a land use permit. The purpose the county has land use permits is to allow individuals or families to attempt to start a business, and then as they become successful, to move into commercial space. What the county has historically done for those types of businesses, and the two that come to mind are childcare and beauty salons, is to limit the number of children in the case of childcare, and to limit the number of chairs in relation to beauty salons. However, when we deal with beauty salons or childcare, because there is generally the understanding that more than likely they're going to stay in the property more on the long term than just the short term until they become successful and move out to commercial space, the effort is made to make sure that the property fits into the surrounding community. So now, obviously I can't see the elevations of the houses on Camellia Drive, but it appears to be a very nice neighborhood. And I think Commissioner Burrell has touched on some of the issues that I see with the applicant's property. One being the condition of the property from a landscape perspective, buffering, like Commissioner Cupid said. But the other issue I have, and it came up when we saw some of the pictures that the applicant put up, I have a problem with the way the house, number one, the color. And I know it's going to seem very small, but I doubt very much that any of the houses on Camellia Drive are painted the same color. Okay, it looks more like a commercial piece of property. And I understand why you have the ramp in the front, but the ramp along with the color and the overall condition on the outside of the house makes it look commercial. So, Commissioner Burrell, what I would ask is that you add some stipulations to your motion to address those concerns, because I think that the ladies that so eloquently stood up and referenced their concerns with the property, I think made a very valid point that it has a commercial appearance, even though the Ortegas are going to live there. I also think that since it is going to be somewhat commercial use, and that the trees, or the pine trees that the Ortegas referenced along the southern boundary, I think that you need to specify a height. And typically what the board does when they're trying to put up a buffer, stipulates 5 to 6 foot in height, staggered installations, so that yes, they're going to take time to grow, but at the same time, the Ortegas are not going to wait for the buffer to grow before they start having children on the property. And so I think that there needs to be some sort of middle ground where the bushes or the trees that are put in are going to provide some immediate buffering to the neighbors, while at the same time they can grow to a taller height. So typically what I've seen is requiring a minimum 5 to 6 foot height. Yes, John?
Commissioner Ott, along that south property line, I believe there's a brand new wood fence along that line to help provide screening.
Okay, well, then any pine tree that's lower than the fence is really not doing anything for buffering. So that kind of makes my point. But so, and then the staggered installation, typically what we do is either approval by the district commissioner or the county arborist, I think, just to make sure that there's some buffer. So, like I said, my recommended changes or additions to your motion are that the color be changed to be more consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, that the landscaping, the shrubbery that you're requiring as a buffer be 5 to 6 feet in height with staggered installation approved by the county arborist, and finally that the district commissioner approve what the the building's going to look like, and all that within the 30 days or prior to additional children.
Okay. I would agree with that. So I'm just trying to, we had talked about Leland cypress as maybe being a better buffer than or cryptomeria would work. The county arborist is not here today, but I will have him meet with you on site and give you an idea of what we would need to see and have him approve a plan with you. And I'd like to see that, the landscape, and that done within 30 days. As far as painting a color, I would like to see a chart or a color chart with a proposed color to come back to me within the next 2 weeks. And if you could have a contractor do that within 30 days from approval, that would, I think that would be agreeable. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna amend the last, I guess the last step and add a step for the, for the landscape, the buffer on the south side of the property. I will instruct the county arborist to approve a landscape plan with plantings of trees that he recommends on that south side, and that to come back to me for final approval within the next 30 days. And also plan for painting the outside, the trim and outside where it's not brick, a color that conforms more with the neighborhood and surrounding areas. And you would need to submit that within the next 2 weeks for my approval, and then have that done within 30 days from the approval date. And the trees that, or bushes that will be planted will be a minimum of 6 feet tall.
Second is okay with the changes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Peterson.
I'm sorry to interrupt the motion. Was there anything in there about signage? Because they did request a sign.
I said no outdoor signs.
Okay, no signs. Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner, can I ask you for one clarification as well? When you said unrelated individuals, is that individuals unrelated to the owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? Call the question.
Yes, I'm sorry. I do have some comments. I'm sorry. I wanted to make them before, but I was waiting for your motion to be complete. I just think it's very important to underscore some of the things that were shared for some of the community members who came today out of concern with the property. Again, we are not changing this from being a residential property. We are allowing them to operate a business within their property, which is permitted for some residential uses, because some business operations are more conducive to start operating within a residence. And there were a lot of concerns about this being a slippery slope. For this permit, we are stating the maximum number of children. They are not able to have more children than what is stated under this permit. Any other request for additional children would have to come back to this board for approval. So I don't want you to feel as if there's just going to be an increase and you have no opportunity to be involved in that, or neither does this board. I also want to address some concerns with respect to living in the property. From what I see here, this is not a platted well, this house is not in a platted subdivision. And with that, I believe and maybe the zoning manager or the county attorney can clarify, but I don't believe that there is a requirement for the business owner to reside in the property.
That is correct. If the house is not in a platted subdivision, then they are not required to live there.
Okay, so there was some question made about whether or not they've been residing there or not, and I just don't want you to believe that there's been a violation that has occurred without you seeing their car being there every night, or you seeing evidence of them being in that property as a residence, because it's not a requirement due to the way that property is situated. It was stated that this house has always been regarded as if it's part of a platted subdivision. We've treated it like it, but the reality is it's not part of the platted subdivision. And if you look at the way the site is configured, the driveway comes off of Allgood Road. And I'm looking at some very intense uses off of Allgood Road. And I'm hoping somebody from staff can just zoom out for a little bit. I'm not familiar, I've driven Allgood Road, but I'm not familiar what the specific uses are. But I'm seeing what looks to be like a shopping plaza immediately across from this daycare. A church, oh wow, okay, so it's a very large church. Then there's another property, which I heard was, is that industrial, that has a driveway northeast of the property?
Church behind it.
Another church behind it, okay. And going north, right there where the arrow is?
That's an industrial
That's industrial.
park.
Okay.
And that's City of Marietta.
In City of Marietta, and south in the City of Marietta is that?
Mhm.
Those are residential.
Mhm.
So it seems like it leads in, it has a hodgepodge of uses, but some of them which could be viewed as more intense than what this daycare could provide. So I'm very sensitive to the community's concerns that were shared, but I also share Commissioner Burrell's sentiment in that the site doesn't seem as if it's going to impact traffic significantly beyond the current element that's already out there on the road.
And one other point for clarification, and Mr. Peterson, you may have to help me with this, but when I visited the site, I drove into the subdivision because I wanted to see how close and any impact that may occur to your homes, the neighborhood homes. And when I went down Camellia Drive, there, if you see at the very, where the yellow line ends for the property in question, if you come down where the arrow is, there, from Camellia Drive up to where this purple line is, it does go into this property, but it's gated off, and you don't really see it from the property. But if you go down Camellia Drive and you drive up to it, you're right at the back of Miss Ortega's property, and you're in the subdivision. So that was my concern of it actually being in the subdivision, if it is or not. I know it fronts Allgood Road and the only access, but if those gates weren't there, you would be able to access it within the subdivision.
No.
So my question was if it is actually part of the subdivision, is just because it's gated off and fronts Allgood Road, it's not considered.
The gate is just for the church property. It's not for this property.
That's a church. Nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay,
Nothing to do with that, no.
okay, because you do get, okay, then that, so they don't really have to live there.
All that property's the church property. Behind it.
But, yeah, okay. All right, so, we have a motion and a second, and, I guess I do need to add then a step, since it's not part of the subdivision, that they would be required to reside in the home. And the second is good with that. Okay, call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, thank you. Goodness. Now I wish we had a break for lunch.
Mr. Peterson, are we ready for other business?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is John Peterson. I am the zoning division manager. Other business item number 15 is to consider amending the site plan for Concordia Properties LLC regarding rezoning application Z37 of 1983 for property located on the south side of Old Town Parkway, east of Johnson Ferry Road and land lot 86 of the First District. By way of background, the subject property was zoned planned shopping center in 1983 as part of a 51-acre development consisting of offices, residential, and shopping. This item is for a 4.09-acre piece of property behind the fountains of Old Town Shopping Center. The property currently has a one-story, 33,800 square foot office building, which will be demolished if this request is approved. The applicant would like to construct a new four-story office building in the southeast corner of the property. The exterior of the building will be glass and masonry, and the architectural renderings are attached to the item for your review. The property has two driveways on it currently, one of which will be removed when the new building is constructed. The applicant is showing 3 variances on the site plan. First, the front setback is being reduced from 100 feet to 15 feet. Second, the side setbacks being reduced from 50 feet to 20 feet. And third, the number of parking spaces is being reduced from 327 parking spaces to 312 parking spaces. The applicant's use is an allowable use in the PSC zoning district. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed site plan amendment.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on other business item 15?
The public hearing is closed. Mr. Peterson, what is staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to the letter of conditions from Mr. Kevin Moore dated April 17, 2015. The site plan dated October 16, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications, Cobb DOT comments, water and sewer comments, and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Okay, Commissioner Ott, this is in your district. Would you lead us?
So moved with a caveat on the minor modifications, the standard list. Okay, and just a brief comment that the requests we had from East Cobb Civic Association and the homeowners in the area were addressed in the updated stipulation letter. And one final comment is that I know that a lot of the emails I received about this particular other business item, the people in the community, a lot of the questions were about traffic. And just so that the community knows, I have been working with DOT and a lot of the property owners on Lower Roswell Road to try to come up with some alternative means of ingress and egress to the area.
Is that all part of your motion, or is
No,
that just?
I'm just, if I just said so moved, then I wouldn't be able to say that, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion, call the question? Motion carries 4-0. Uh-oh, he's back.
Thank you. Item number 19 is to amend the zoning minutes for the Vest House LLC regarding rezoning application Z13 of 2015 for property located on the west side of Mountain Street between Paces Ferry Road and Spring Street in land lots 909 and 952 of the 17th District. The subject property was rezoned to NRC with stipulations in February of 2015 for office and retail, subject to many conditions, including a letter from Mr. Garver Sams dated January 27, 2015. It was discovered after the minutes were approved that the correct letter of agreeable conditions was a letter dated February 9, 2015. The latter letter is the result of agreements between the Vinings Homeowners Association and also combines the two previous letters into one letter. The Board of Commissioners' decision is attached for review. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the minutes for Z13.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on
Other business item number 19. Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Peterson, what is your recommendation, staff?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners amend the zoning minutes to delete the previous letter from Mr. Sams and to institute the letter dated February 9th, 2015 as the stipulation letter.
So moved.
Commissioner Ott.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Next item.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 20 is to consider amending the stipulations for Nick and Anna Lestos regarding SLEP 4 of 2010 for property located in land lot 660 of the 16th District at the northwesterly intersection of Canton Road and Westerly Way. The subject property was rezoned to community retail commercial with a special land use permit for a used car lot in 2010. One of the zoning conditions established a maximum time limit for the used car lot to operate, which was 3 years from the issuance of a business license. The time was extended through other business in 2012 to end in May 2015. The owners would like to either eliminate the time limit stipulation or modify the stipulation so that car sales will cease upon redevelopment of the property. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. We would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and I represent Nick and Anna Letsos concerning this other business application. I've had the privilege to call them my friends and my clients for over 25 years. They bought the property that's not showing but is going to show in a minute on Canton Road back in two separate parcels back in 1982 and 1983. And it was about that time, a little bit later, during the 80s, that I first met them. And at that time, they said they wanted to develop it for commercial purposes. So we filed an application to rezone it from its original classification of NS to GC. That was a classification to use back at that time, and we did. And what you're seeing now is the outline of the totality of the property. It was rezoned for 30-some-odd thousand square foot shopping center back in 1989. They've used it for various purposes over the decades for any allowable uses under the general commercial classification. In 2010, we came back before the board because it lost its non-conforming grandfathered exemption, came back before the board for rezoning to CRC, which was approved, and simultaneously with that, there was a separate and parallel application for a special land use permit, which was approved to allow them to be able to sell previously used automobiles from the site. And as you can see, there's more than ample pavement for doing it. They've been doing it ever since that time. It has been extended once. There has simply been a difficulty in securing a developer for the site, but I'll tell you that Ms. Carol Brown of the Canton Road Neighbors and I have been working with this, trying to vet various developers, either residential or commercial, seeing as how it's within a neighborhood activity center. And we see development happening and expansions occurring, and some of the property that's laying undeveloped for some time seems to be gaining some interest. You've got a zoning down the street from this, the Castile Heating and Air, that's going to be before you next month for an expansion of that business. So we're seeing some signs that we think may be picking up. But the bottom line is they do need an extension. We are asking that it be extended for a period of 36 months. I've made a representation to Ms. Brown, and I think she concurs on behalf of her group with that extension for that length of time. Hopefully, that can be cut short if we can find a developer to develop it. And I think that'll either be something along the lines of an RSL or along the lines of some sort of a limited retail or neighborhood retail commercial. So that's where we are. Mr. and Mrs. Letsos are here, holding their hands up. They've never missed a public hearing. They've always come here. They ran a successful Greek restaurant in Atlanta for years and years and years, and this is their only source of income other than Social Security. Sorry to share your banking information, but this is their life, and this is their pot at the end of the rainbow, so to speak. And they really want to sell the property, and they're doing their best to do that. But in the interim, we have 2 leases on the property that began in February and run through the 36-month period. So that being said, Ms. Brown may have more to add to that, but we'd appreciate it if you would approve it as requested, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Brown?
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I just want to confirm what Mr. Sams has stated, that we have been talking. I understand the situation, and we certainly aren't going to object to an extension of time once again for the purpose of selling used cars. They've always maintained the lots very well. They're good neighbors, quiet neighbors, and I do hope to be able to work with Mr. Sams to find a suitable buyer or developer for this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Peterson, what is staff's recommendation?
Commissioner Burrow, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the time extension for 12 months and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Okay. This is District 3, so I will lead the discussion. We just heard from the applicant and Canton Road Neighbors that they're agreeable to the 36-month
Okay.
renewal. So I think in previous discussions, and in talking with the applicant's attorney and Ms. Brown, we were going to restrict it to the 1-year renewal. But if the neighbors, Canton Road Neighbors, are in agreement and the applicant is requesting a 36-month, I will recommend that.
Okay.
So I will make a motion to renew other business item number 20 for a period of 36 months for the land use permit and or special land use permit, and also that all other stipulations remain in effect. Second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, sir.
Item number 21 is to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Quayar Auto Repair LLC regarding rezoning application Z65 of 2014 for property located on the southwest side of Atlanta Road, south of Darwin Road, in land lot 370 of the 17th District. The subject property was rezoned to tourist services in 2014 for an auto repair shop, a courier business, and a U-Haul business. There is one zoning condition that the applicant would like to amend in order to proceed with their businesses. Specifically, the applicant would like to was required to design a lighting plan for the property. The applicant would like to remove this condition because they did not intend to alter the existing lighting on the property. Part of this request is due to the financial burdens of adding more lights to the property. And part of this request is because the applicant already has 2 existing security lights on the property, and there are also 2 street lights along the front which provide security lighting. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against other business item 21? No?
That's Mr. Quayar in the audience.
Okay, the applicant is here, okay. Seeing and hearing none, what is staff's recommendation, Mr. Peterson?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend that no additional lights be required. 2, if additional lights are contemplated in the future, then the district commissioner approve those lights in the future, and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Okay, Commissioner Cupid?
Yes. I have a question for the applicant, if the applicant can come up.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just curious to know where the existing lighting is that you have on the property.
I have a picture here.
That'd be
I will
helpful.
show you. Okay. This is the Atlanta Road. Okay, this is the front of the building. One of the posts is in here, looking to the property.
Okay.
And the other post is in here.
Where, okay, where are you storing the items? The U-Haul truck and,
The U-Haul truck. See, here there is another post too, in this area. And this is an asphalt area where the truck is parking.
okay, so it's at the front where the lighting is?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Yep. Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
With that, I'd like to, can I make a motion, Chairwoman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve other business item 21 with all other stipulations remaining in effect.
Second.
Call the question. Motion carries 4-0.
Other business item number 22 is to consider amending the site plan stipulations for Professional Resource Development Incorporated regarding rezoning application Z39 of 2004 for property located at the northwest intersection of the east-west connector and Felton Hill Road and land lot 25 of the 17th district. The subject property was rezoned to PVC with stipulations as part of a 181 mixed-use development consisting of a variety of residential and commercial uses. This particular request concerns only a 1.6 acre piece of commercial property next to the CVS drugstore. The site was approved for a 6,000 square foot medical office building with 43 parking spaces as a result of an other business item in 2010. Prior to that, the area was approved to be a mixture of office, retail, and restaurants. The applicant would like to amend the site plan for a 6,000 square foot building that would have a restaurant with a patio and a dental office. There would be 47 parking spaces, which satisfies the minimum requirements. The applicant has also submitted proposed architectural renderings of the building, which will have a brick, stone, stacked stone, and ephes exterior. The applicant has submitted a detailed letter of conditions marked Exhibit A, which is attached for your review. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed site plan and stipulation amendment.
Is there anyone wishing to speak? Other business item 22? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Peterson, what is staff's recommendation on this?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to Exhibit A submitted on March 17, 2015. Site plan received March 17, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications and all previous zoning conditions not in conflict.
Okay, Commissioner Cupid, this is yours as well.
Yes. Thank you, Chairwoman Burrell. It's nice to see this fourth quadrant finally move forward. I think it's going to be a great addition to that corner. With that, motion to approve other business item 22, subject to all other zoning stipulations remaining in effect.
Second. Call the question. Motion carries 4-0.
Other business item number 23 is to consider amending the stipulations for Trayton Homes LLC regarding rezoning application Z50 of 2012 for property located on the west side of Stillhouse Lane, south of Cumberland Boulevard, and land lots 949 and 950 of the 17th district. By way of background, the subject property was rezoned RM12 in 2013 for a townhouse-style condominium development. The applicant is purchasing the property and needs to amend a stipulation regarding the number of stories for the townhouses. Condition number 4 from the letter of stipulations limits the height of the buildings to 3 stories. The applicant plans on finishing the attic space, which qualifies as another story. It's important to note that the buildings are still the same overall height as the stipulated 3-story buildings. And also, a 4-story building is a permitted use in the RM12 zoning district. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. Staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against other business item 23? Seeing and hearing none, I thought Mr. Moore was coming up here. Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This is in Commissioner Ott's district.
So moved.
What is staff's recommendation?
Staff would recommend allowance of up to 4 stories on the buildings in all previous conditions.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. I believe that concludes our meeting today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for your patience and have a good day.